fine Sunday morning. Welcome to our third and final day of the 56th anniversary Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee. This morning we're back at Brown Chapel AME Church for our Sunday morning service. We're going to hear from Brown Chapel's pastor, the Reverend Leotis Strong, as well as Bishop Harry L. Seawright, Bishop Adam J. Richardson, the NAACP Legal Defense Fund's Sherilyn Eiffel, the University of Alabama Afro-American Gospel Choir, and the Reverend Al Sharpton. Following our morning service, we're going to take it to the bridge for our commemorative march and a special flyover by the Tuskegee Airmen. We've got an amazing day ahead, but right now, let's head into Brown Chapel.
You'll find in your program the call to worship. I will begin and you will read the people portion, which is appropriate. If you can remain standing, I encourage you to do so. 55 years ago, leaders and foot soldiers of the civil rights, voting rights movement said, "Let us go to Brown Chapel African Methodist Episcopal Church. The march to voting rights will begin from within its sacred walls. The voices of reason, encouragement, and inspiration will reverberate from wall to wall. Oration from the mouths of Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, Pastor P.H. Lewis, and other prophetic and godly voices. March 7th, 1965 was the first Sunday the Brown Chapel congregation would have knelt at the chancel rail to receive the Holy Communion, remembering that Christ died for the remission of sin. The sacred text reminds us that without the shedding of blood, there is no remission. So it was in Egypt on the first Passover, at Calvary on Good Friday, and in Selma near the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Sin written in letters large, we offer a thanksgiving to God for the ultimate sacrifice of Jesus and for those who paid for freedom with blood.
Like the Exodus from Goshen to Canaan, the march to freedom begins with worship, and so it was Brown Chapel to the capital. Therefore, let us worship.
From the front steps of Brown Chapel in Selma to the front steps of the Capitol in Montgomery, a determined people marched. Young and old, black and white, male and female, believers and skeptics, too, pressed their way to make their voices heard and to make their votes count.
Like the Exodus, the march to freedom begins with worship, and so it was from crossing the Jordan River to crossing the Alabama River. Therefore, let us worship.
A half century later, the struggle continues. Montgomery was a destination, but the right to vote was the cause. Liberation was the reason. Violent and mean men stood on the wrong side of history that day, now famously called Bloody Sunday. The right to vote is now being met with voter suppression strategies. Extrajudicial death penalties are being exacted on young black men, and we reaffirm the dignity of all, and Black Lives Matter.
Like the Exodus, the march to freedom begins with worship, and so it is from Selma to Ferguson. Therefore, let us worship.
There is so much to remember about Brown Chapel's documented role that led to the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and the presence it has had over the 55 years since. However, Brown is not a museum, clutching relics and a bit of history from the past. We are now what we were meant to be from the beginning, a house of worship, a place of study, a holy place to champion the concerns for human dignity, and a gathering place for just causes.
Like the Exodus, the march to freedom begins with worship. Therefore, let us worship our awesome God in spirit and in truth.
You may be seated.
Let us pray. Lord God, thank you for your love and kindness and your faithfulness in all things. Thank you for bringing us together on this bloody Sunday. Lord, we pray for this program. We pray for the speaker of the hour. And Lord, we pray for all things on this program. God bless the angel of this church for his faithfulness year after year. And Lord, bless our nation, our government, because we do stand one nation under God. Now, Lord, have your way today. We love you. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen and amen.
Isaiah chapter 1, verses 11 through 20, the New Living Translation. What makes you think I want all your sacrifices, saith the Lord? I am sick of your burnt offerings of rams and the fat of the fattened cattle. I get no pleasure from the blood of the bulls and the lambs and the goats. When you come to worship me, who asks you to parade through my courts with all your ceremonies? Stop bringing me your meaningless gifts. The incense of your offerings disgusts me. As for your celebrations of the new moon and the Sabbath and your special days for fasting, they are all sinful and false. I want no more of your pious meetings. I hate your new moon celebrations and your annual festivals. They are a burden to me. I cannot stand them. When you lift your hands in prayer, I will not look. Though you offer many prayers, I will not listen. For your hands are covered with the blood of innocent victims. Wash yourselves and be clean. Get sin out of my sight. Give up your evil ways. Learn to do good. Seek justice. Help the oppressed. Defend the cause of orphans. Fight for the rights of widows. Come now, let's settle this, saith the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, I will make them as white as snow. Though they are red like crimson, I will make them as white as wool. If you will only obey me, you will have plenty to eat. But if you turn away and refuse to listen, you will be devoured by the sword of your enemies. I, the Lord, have spoken.
Giving reverence to God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, to the bishops of the church, our Episcopal Supervisor of the 9th Episcopal District, the Reverend Sharita Moon Seawright, other Episcopal Supervisors, General and Connectional Officers, presiding elders, pastors, clergy, component and component leaders on all levels, my brothers and my sisters. Greetings and welcome to the 56th commemoration of Bloody Sunday, sponsored by the Mother Church and the Citadel of African Methodism in Alabama, Brown Chapel. We are commemorating virtually this year, but the purpose remains that we never forget the sacrifices that were made on this day. My assignment today is to present our bishop, the presiding prelate of the 9th Episcopal District of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. He is no stranger, and since his arrival almost 5 years ago, he has made his presence felt and known in the entire state of Alabama and beyond. As we strive to carry out the mission of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and that is to minister to the social, spiritual, and physical development of all people, through the leadership of Bishop Seawright, the 9th District encourages, enables, and empowers the people of God through a food ministry, which provides food boxes as well as hot meals, educational ministry, which provides scholarships to ministers matriculating in seminary, economic development, which provides classes on being a first-time home buyer, and disaster relief to those who are suffering from the results of the forces of nature. The 9th Episcopal District is blessed to have as our leader this compassionate, kind, loving, praying, preaching, visionary man of God. I present to you the 133rd elected and consecrated bishop of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, our bishop, the Right Reverend Harry L. Seawright. Hear ye him.
Afternoon. As we come this moment, we greet you in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus the Christ. We come on this, what we call Bloody Sunday, commemorating the civil rights movement, the march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. We come to think of those lives from Dr. Martin Luther King and others who marched across that bridge on that Sunday when they gave their lives, or laid their lives on the line so that we would have a right to vote. We celebrate today the election of a new president and the first woman of color as the vice president of the United States. We come saluting all of the dignitaries who have gathered here today. We salute our senior bishop, Bishop Adam Jefferson Richardson, the 115th elected and consecrated bishop in the African Methodist Episcopal Church. We come saluting our Episcopal Supervisor, the Reverend Sharita Moon Seawright. We come saluting our fine pastor of Brown's Chapel, the Reverend Dr. Leota Strong. We also come to salute our presiding elder, the Reverend Dr. Jacqueline Denson, and all of the pastors, the wonderful lay people who have gathered from over the country, as well as the 9th Episcopal District. We also salute the wonderful leadership of Brown's Chapel in the form of so many wonderful lay people who have kept faith through the years, as well as the wonderful membership. We thank God for what Brown's Chapel stand for and how it stood strong in the face of all of the struggles of the civil rights movement. Many people stood in this pulpit, from Dr. King himself to others who gave people hope and gave them encouragement. We salute all of the people who crossed that bridge that Sunday. And it's only by the grace of God that nobody was killed. We thank God for the John Lewis and the foot soldiers and the many other people who sacrificed so much that we would be where we are today. As we have just celebrated African American History Month, it is such a joy to come here this Sunday, on this Sunday commemorating the life and the death as well as the blood of Jesus, because we do believe that it was the blood of Jesus that protected the people on that bridge that day. And so as we come, we will be sharing in Holy Communion. We will be reflecting upon the sacrifices of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. We welcome each of you as we come together today in this act of celebrating history and not forgetting where we have come. We come today reflecting upon the goodness of God and believing that he will continue to carry us on. We believe in the possibilities of God, and even though we have come a long ways, we realize that we still have a long ways to go. But we don't feel nowhere tired, because we do believe that the same God who brought us this far will be the same God that will continue to lead us on. So welcome to this Bloody Sunday. Welcome to Brown's Chapel. As Bishop of the 9th Episcopal District, which consists of the state of Alabama, I, Harry L. Seawright, welcome you today and thank you for being a part of history in the making. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joy Kennard, and I'm the superintendent of the Tuskegee Institute National Historic Site, the Tuskegee Airmen National Historic Site, and the Selma to Montgomery National Historic Trail. The Selma to Montgomery National Historic Trail was established by Congress in 1996. This 54-mile trail commemorates the people, events, and route of the 1965 voting rights marches in Alabama. This trail is the only trail in the National Trail System that honors African American history, which captures the events that led up to each march, which started a voyage that took place on foot from Brown Chapel AME Church to the state capitol in Montgomery, Alabama. Foot soldiers walked with purpose, not just on foot, but on crutches and canes. As we recognize the inspiration sparked in Selma, which ignited the nation, we celebrate Jubilee every day along the trail. Today, we salute the members of the Courageous Eight. We salute the Dallas County Voters League. We salute Jimmy Lee Jackson. We salute the community organizers and leaders of Marion, Alabama. We salute SCLC and SNCC, who were involved in the fight for voting rights in Selma, Alabama, with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Reverend C.T. Vivians, Amelia Boynton Robinson, Sam Boynton, Dr. F.D. Reese, Reverend James Orange, Congressman John Lewis, members of First Baptist Church in Selma, and we salute the members of the great and legendary Brown Chapel AME Church for your role as leaders, organizers, and faith walkers who were moved by the movement. To learn more about them, please visit our website at www.nps.gov/SEMO.
Hi, I'm James Perkins Jr., Mayor of the city of Selma, Alabama, here to greet you during our virtual Jubilee experience at the Brown Chapel AME Church. Oh, how I wish you were here so that we could give you a big hug and welcome you personally, but you know COVID has us locked down. So on behalf of the citizens of Selma, the City Council, and the Office of Mayor, welcome to Selma Virtual Jubilee.
Greetings, my name is Jimmy Nunn, probate judge for Dallas County, Alabama, and also I serve as the chairman of the Dallas County Commission. It is with great pleasure and honor to be given the opportunity to say a few words on today. Dallas County serves as an anchor and an example to the entire world. It has not always been easy. We have not always had the opportunities that exist today. Did you know that Dallas County, right here in the courthouse in which I serve as the first Black probate judge, Dallas County Courthouse did not allow Blacks to vote? Yes, the 15th Amendment in 1870 was passed. It says, the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any other state on account of race, color, or previous condition servitude. Yet, Alabama and other states found ways to circumvent the Constitution and prevent Blacks from voting. Jim Crow laws denied Blacks the right to vote. It suppressed the vote by requiring Blacks before they vote to pass a literacy test. Let us not forget the techniques used by Jim Crow era registers. How many bubbles are in a bar of soap? How many jelly beans are in a jar? Early in 1965, right here in Dallas County, a sheriff by the name of Jim Clark, his deputies and his posse clamped down on the Blacks attempting to register to vote in Selma, Alabama. Deputies and the sheriff's deputy arrested and jailed protesters right here where I'm standing at here today. The Selma, the same courthouse that I work in today, many were hauled off to Camp Selma, a makeshift detention center that was built to house the protesters because there wasn't enough room in the city or the county jail. As probate judge for Dallas County, one of my main responsibilities in my job is to make sure that your vote is not suppressed like it was done in 1965. I realize that the power is in the vote, and that is how you have influence over your community. That is how you have the power over your elected officials. You have the power over your local police. You have the power over your courts. You have the power over your public schools and many more entities. We have made progress, no doubt, but we must not become complacent and forget the struggle that other peoples have made for us to be where we are today. We must not forget, just to name a few people: Amelia Boynton, C.T. Vivian, Annie Cooper, Marie Foster, Dr. F.D. Reese, Rosa Parks, Dr. Martin Luther King, John Lewis, Jose Williams, the Freedom Riders, and many, many others, foot soldiers. We must not forget, as stated earlier, the power is in the vote, self-empowerment, which gives you the power and the authority. You are personal responsible for the state of this nation, for the state of this country, for the state of this state, the state of this county, and the state of this city. If there are any things in this city that you don't like, in this state or in this county, then you need to get out and vote and make a change. I am just so delighted in light of what's going on in this world today. I'm delighted to know that God is still in charge of our lives. And secondly, I know that all things work together for the good of those that love him and that are called according to his purpose. Continue to put your trust in God and let him direct your path. On behalf of my office and the Dallas County Commission, we bring welcome and greetings to you. We are excited to take part in this 56th anniversary of the Bridge Crossing Jubilee and the commemoration of the anniversary of Bloody Sunday and the Selma to Montgomery March. The power is in the vote. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Sewell, and I proudly represent Alabama's 7th Congressional District, the Civil Rights District, including the historic cities of Birmingham, Montgomery, and here, my hometown of Selma. Welcome to my home church, the historic Brown Chapel AME Church in Selma, Alabama. Thank you for joining us this morning for our service commemorating the 56th anniversary of Bloody Sunday and the march from Selma to Montgomery. I'd like to begin by thanking our presiding bishop, Bishop Harry Seawright, and my pastor, Pastor Leota Strong, for your leadership and all that you do for our communities. In Proverbs 22nd chapter, 6th verse, it says, "Train up a child in the way that she shall go, and when she is old, she will not depart." As a proud daughter of Selma, Alabama, the history of the civil rights movement was not something I had to learn in school or be taught from history books. As a child, I spent my Sundays right here in Brown Chapel AME Church, the church that served as a starting point for the Selma to Montgomery March and a safe meeting place for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the other organizations. Each year, we gather here at the historic Brown Chapel AME Church, where the foot soldiers of the voting rights movement gathered 56 years ago and found courage to march in the face of danger. If these walls of this church could talk, it would tell the story of how ordinary citizens bravely challenged the status quo that told them that they were second-class citizens. If these walls could talk, it would tell the story of the mass meetings held here, where hundreds came to hear the eloquence of Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., Reverend Ralph Abernathy, and Malcolm X. If these walls could talk, it would scream out the hopes and dreams of young foot soldiers who gathered here in this place on Bloody Sunday to lead the march to peacefully proclaim their right to vote, who organized themselves and even gathered their backpacks preparing to go to jail. If these walls could talk, it would tell you of the story of the blood stained on these benches when those foot soldiers ran back to the same sanctuary, battered, bruised, beaten on that bridge by state troopers on horseback, carrying billy clubs and tear gas. Yes, beaten and bruised by those whose job it was to protect them. It was here at Brown Chapel that history was made when their successful march from Selma to Montgomery led to the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It was here in this church that brave Americans found the strength to sacrifice and the audacity to love in the face of violence and hate. It is here still that we come today to search for that same spirit within ourselves and to summon their courage in today's fight for justice. The history of Alabama's 7th Congressional District is a testament to the triumph of human courage, the power of grassroots activism, community organizing, and the resilience of our democracy. The legacy of this church and its many stories of hopes and dreams of those who stood here require that we pick up this baton of voter equality and continue the next leg. Their cause is now our cause too.
with me, Lord? Won't you walk with me? Walk with me, Lord, walk with me. All along this tedious journey, I want Jesus just to walk with me. And my grandmother used to say, be my friend, Lord, won't you be my friend? Be my friend, Lord, be my friend. All along this tedious journey, I want Jesus just to walk with me. Ooh, greetings, family. You know, that was a song that was on my spirit to sing. I actually thought that I was going to sing another freedom song, but in fact, that is the freedom song. That if that ain't a song about liberation, I don't know what it is. I know many a day I would hear my grandmother sing that song and I loved her voice, but the song always sounds sad to me. And so I was like, why mama always singing those sad songs? And I realized, I understand now. I understand she was drawing strength from our ancestors in singing that song, that she was drawing strength from the fact that she could actually pull from a higher source as she's singing that song. I understand now that she was feeling, no matter what she was feeling, if she was feeling alone, if she was feeling beat down, if she was feeling tired, that she could actually pull strength, that all I want you to do is walk with me, Lord, as I'm on this tedious journey, just walk with me. And so in that same spirit, here we are, here we are 56 years from when our folks, many who sang that same song, that literally asked God to walk with them as they approached and wanted to walk across the Edmund Pettus Bridge so that we could actually have the right to vote, so that their humanity would be affirmed, that they would actually demonstrate and operate in their agency in a way that said yes to, that I matter, right? That my community matters, that we matter. And so it is in that spirit that I come to you and I say, thank you for inviting me, and greetings to my Brown Chapel family. And yes, I am a family member of Brown Chapel because in many ways, this is a church that part of my childhood I grew up in. My uncle was a faithful member of Brown Chapel AME Church for a number of years. His name was Johnny Joe Wilmer. His name is Johnny Joe Wilmer. He lives right there in Selma on Philpott. And he would bring me to church with him. My aunt and I went down to church at First Baptist down the street. And so one Sunday I would be at First Baptist Church, and one Sunday I would stay in the car and come with him and go to church at Brown Chapel AME. So I feel like this is not only a historical church and that I am connected to the legacy of this church, but I also have a family connection to this church. And so I just say thank you for offering me the opportunity to be able to come share with you what's in my spirit and what's in my heart, and what a message that I've actually prayed and kind of meditate on of what I can offer in this moment as we commemorate Bloody Sunday, as we commemorate the Selma to Montgomery March, as we commemorate the Voting Rights Act and the movement. You know, it's ironic that just this weekend, all this week, including today, that I am working on, and my organization, Black Voters Matter, some of you may know, I'm the co-founder along with Cliff Albright of Black Voters Matter Fund. And so we have been working on just recently on to stop 91 bills in the Georgia State Legislature that have been created to actually try to marginalize the vote of Black voters, to actually disenfranchise us, to stop voting days on Sunday, stop us from voting on Sunday, to cut voting days on Sunday. The irony, the interesting thing about that is that because of Soul in the Polls and the other cultural things that we do around voting on Sunday, that Black voters vote actually 10 times the number on vote on Sunday than other voters in the state. And that because of this election, this last election, where we had a historic election, to actually be a punitive or a punishment for the work that was done, that now what we're seeing all of these restrictions, but not just in Georgia. We're also seeing some of those same restrictions come up and show its head in Alabama and 30 states, a total of 30 states all across this nation. You know, and it makes me upset, but I'm not worried. Why am I not worried? Because it's not that I'm worried about who they are. What I know is I know who our God is, and I know who we are. And that fundamentally I come from a people that were brought as enslaved Africans on this land, that were treated as if we were animals. That I come from a people that were beaten on the bridge on a day that was so vicious and violent they called it Bloody Sunday. I come from a people right down there in Orville, Alabama, in the Black Belt, that my great-great-great-great-grandmother was brought there as an enslaved African with her one child out of 23 children that she actually lost in the trade and on her auction as she was auctioned off. And yet here I stand. Here I stand as a person in my community that's continuing to operate in the legacy of so many that were before me. Here I stand as a creation, as a child of the living God, that what I know for sure is that our work is not only is it not done, but God is taking us, we're going to go to new heights. That we're in a moment right now that it's not a matter that what is important for us is that at the moment when we're able to really pour into our people an understanding of how much they matter, and they believe that, and they actually lean into this belief that not only do they matter and we matter, that things are going to change. It doesn't matter how bad folk on the outside want to stop us. We have always been a resilient people. We have always been able to literally take the high road. And in spite of the oppression, we've been able to excel. We've been able to create black presidents in a country that literally has worked ever since we've been here to marginalize our voice and our vote. We have, in one of the elections that was the most racist, the most divisive ever in this country, our people were able to put a black woman in the second position in this land as vice president, because that's who we are. That is who we are, and that's who we were on that bridge on that day. And I just came as a part of my message is to remind you. It's to remind you of our legacy, not to remind us of what we did on that bridge, but what we have continued to do, the bridges we've continued to cross, the life that we've continued to create through our speaking truth to power. And so this is a moment, brothers and sisters, for us to reflect. Now, if COVID-19 hasn't taught us anything else, it has taught us that this is a moment. You know, there's a Bible verse that says, "Be still and know that I am God." That this is a moment, brothers and sisters, for us to really be able to be still and be reflective and think about what is our vision of what we want to move forward in our communities. And so as I get ready to close, there are three things that I want to share with you in my message of what I think is being called of us in this moment. That as we find ourselves in this nation that is literally continuing to, we're seeing the ugliness of structural racism. We're seeing the ugliness of mistreating people because they're immigrants or they come from a different country. We're seeing the ugliness of how we treat each other based on we don't want to pay workers. We don't want to, we're creating millions and millions of dollars as a nation for military equipment for one missile. We'll pay $1 billion for one missile, but don't want to give people even $1,500 of our own money to support us in a moment that is extremely financially difficult. But I came to say the good news, to remind you of the good news, that yes, there is someone that is walking with us and walking with us to empower us. And I also want to remind you that in the scriptures, it said, Jesus said, "You will do far greater works than I." And so if that is our charge, y'all. That is our charge. We come from a rich history of a Christ that we know, right, literally led to the liberation of the entire world. And Jesus said that you will be able to do far greater works than I. And so as I think about that message, and this message that I often share about what I call it the V strategies, like that there are some things that what are we being called for in this moment? And so I'll say it quickly. I'm going to have 4 points. The first point is in this moment, we are called to be visionaries. You know, it is in Habakkuk, it says that take the vision and write it down so he that read it can run it with it. Brothers and sisters, we've got to take our vision and write it down. We can't keep responding to someone else's vision that has been based in limitation, that someone else's vision, even in this country. What is your radical reimagining of what America can be? If I were to ask you right now the question of what is America, what would America look like without racism? What can you see? Now, most of us can't even see anything because racism is such a part of the fiber. It's so intricately connected in the fiber of this nation. But as a visionary, we have to go beyond what we've seen before. We have to see what others have not seen. We have to see what we've not even experienced before. And so the first thing that I'm going to say, that what we're being called for in this moment is we're being called to be visionaries, to radically reimagine every single system in this nation, every single system, whether that's education, whether that's healthcare, whether that's the political spectrum, whether that is even how we a faith, our places of work, our worship. That we've actually got to think about this, that God is really trying to give us the opportunity to evolve, that to literally take what the generations have created before us and to stand on that and to build on that. So what I think we're being called for in this moment is to be visionaries. To be visionaries who are not afraid to radically reimagine every single system in this country, to radically reimagine this nation, to radically reimagine a world that we're not moved by profit, but what is important to people, to radically reimagine a healthcare system that is not based on the exploitation of sickness, but is actually a place that literally is about the expansion of wellness, to really be able to evaluate systems and institutions we have, like instead of us having a Department of Defense, that we eliminate the Department of Defense and we should have a Department of Peace and Justice. And that in that Department of Peace that we actually become peacemakers around the world, in our own communities, and we develop that skill. That instead of us literally talking about what we need for the Department of Justice, what if we have a Department of Democracy that literally is supporting what we need in terms of making sure that we're creating, right? We're creating the best possible circumstances for every single citizen to really be able to actually operate in their agency, that they literally have the chance and the opportunity to really be able to make a decision and using their voice, using their vote around determining what conditions they're governed, who governs them, right? And how they're governed. What if we reimagined education, that it really wasn't about us making grades or us meeting particular kind of state requirements, but that in fact we were driven by, we want to create our children in a way that we want to actually provide the kind of education for our children that help them to be wholesome, healthy, informed human beings. What could that look like? What could it look like if we had an economic system that didn't say that you have to work so hard, that you actually have to damage your heart, that so much stress, that the very thing that you are doing to get ahead is the very thing that kills you? We can radically reimagine a work week that is 10 hours a week instead of 40 hours a week and make a bigger check. We can radically reimagine every single aspect of this society if we choose to. And so I'm saying you're being called in this moment to be visionaries. The second thing that I'll say is in this moment, we are called in this moment to actually literally use the power and the authenticity of our voice. What is your authentic voice that can speak truth to power? Are we literally making sure that we are really being able to, as the scriptures say, to be able to speak a word, right? Are we able to literally speak life into the valley of dry bones? And will those dry bones live again? Absolutely. But we have to literally be able to make sure that we are in alignment and that we're using our voice in a way that is authentic to our power and who we are and what we believe, and that we stand up for what is right and we call out that which is wrong. So the second thing that I think we're being called for in this moment, the first thing is being visionaries. The second thing is using our authentic voice to speak truth to power. The third thing is, and I often talk about this in talks that I do all over the country, I talk about we've got to reshift the way that we understand and we see victory. That we can't get caught up in somebody else's paradigm of victory, that we are playing with people's lives like it's a football game. That are you on this side or this side? Are you in the red team or the blue team? No, I'm on the humanity team. That at the end of the day, what I am looking for is I'm looking for support for political candidates and parties that literally center the notion of that we are all in service of humanity. And so we've got to reframe how we see victory. We can't see victory that in order for me to win, you got to lose. Or in order for me to think that I'm important, then I've got to see you down. But no, we've got to be centered in a victory that we live on an abundant planet, that there's enough for all of us. And that if we lean into that, then we will actually stand in the space to fight for that, there to be an equal distribution of resources. There is no reason for any single human being on this planet to starve to death when we are living in a planet that is full of abundance, abundance that our Creator made for us, an abundance that God put on here. We have communities right now that don't have water, yet 90% of the earth is covered in water. Somebody hear me now. My point is, what we have to do is take the moment to be visionaries, to use our authentic voice, and to really reshift how we see what is a victory, and shift that paradigm, and so that we can actually recognize that we can create a victory that all human beings are respected and honored and valued. Doesn't mean that we're going to agree, but we can all operate and function in a world that we're respected and honored and valued. And the last V that I say is what I think we're being called for in this moment, is that all of this should sit in the foundation of what I call values, that we literally have to line up our values. You know, when we talk about what happened 56 years ago on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, oftentimes when I'm doing interviews, people will share with me, or they'll say, you know, Black folks created and strengthened democracy. You know, or even when they talk about what we were able to do in this last election in Georgia, Black women saved democracy, and that the conversation ends there. Let me say this, brothers and sisters, that our work hasn't been about democracy in itself. It's been about democracy as a means to an end, not as democracy as the end, because we also live in a nation that's actually bombed and murdered people in the name of democracy, has extracted resources in the name of democracy. No, 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 no. Our ultimate goal is to create the kind of world and the kind of circumstances that there is an advancement that literally is centered in this notion that all that we are doing is for the love of humanity, and that democracy is in service of that goal for the love of humanity, that all that we do is to root in what our value system, and there is no greater value than this idea of love, the kind of love that Christ came to teach us, the kind of love that Dr. King talked about, the kind of love that we saw when our grandparents actually sacrificed for us and went to work, or were in the fields picking cotton, or went to jobs that they every single day they had to endure abuse or oppression, but they loved their children and their family enough that they knew that they wanted to provide for them. The kind of love that actually had that brother, that sister on the slave ship to hold on when everything else wanted them, that the grief was so bad that they wanted to jump across and just end it all. But they endured. And because they endured, we are here. We are their seeds. We are their vision. And so in that space, as I get ready to close, I just want you to remember those things. That in this moment, the question is not what other folks gonna do, not what those that seek to actually undermine humanity, but at this moment, what is being called of us is how shall we respond? You know, it also says in the scriptures that your gift will make room for you. And so what I do know is that we are a gifted people. If we got voice and we got vision, and we got new ways of thinking about victory and creating new victories for our people. And we actually have values. And so we have to lean into those things. So not that we're transactional in these elections, but that literally we are going to be transformative. That we've got to stand up for what is right. Because when you're on the side of right, if God is with you, who can be against you? And so I ask you to remember, as we commemorate on this day what the brothers and sisters did on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, on literally walking from Selma to Montgomery, to really make sure to secure the right to vote, that their vision was far, far greater. That their vision was about our people affirming who we were, affirming our humanity, affirming our power and our right to exist, our right to love ourselves, our right to celebrate our Blackness and our heritage and our culture, our right to be able to stand on and kneel, if need be, on the bridge and pray and worship our God. That is our God-given right. There's no government that actually can give us that. That is what we have to stand in. That's what we have to believe. That's what we have to literally make sure that we fight, that others understand that how serious, that we ain't gonna let nobody turn us around, and that we are here and we are in the fullness of the being of how God created us. Thank you so much. I want you to remember that you matter. We matter. I matter. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Let your light shine. Blessings.
Certainly it is my honor to be with you at this moment as we commemorate Bloody Sunday, and thankful to God for Brown Chapel and this illustrious pastor, my friend Reverend Strong. I was thinking about last year when we were at the chapel before we marched across the bridge, how Joe Biden and our sister that, in my opinion, changed what would become a defeat into a victory in Georgia, Stacey Abrams, and I sat in the pulpit with our Congresswoman. And a year later, we see Stacey's work help put the first Black and a Jew to the U.S. Senate from Georgia. And Joe Biden is now the President of the United States. And I thought about this scripture, Exodus 10th chapter, 1st and 2nd verse, and it reads, Reverend Strong, and the Lord said unto Moses, go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him, and that thou mayst tell in the ears of thy son and thy son's sons what things I have wrought in Egypt, and my signs which I have done among them, that ye may know how I am the Lord. Why did you go to that scripture, Reverend Al? Because I thought about how in 1965, we commemorate that day that they beat John Lewis, tear gassed Reverend Hosea Williams, and all of them coming across that bridge. I think about the brutality that we saw on that tape and that video, and how Miss Amelia Boynton was tear gassed and laid out in the concrete of that bridge. And you could ask yourself, where was God in 65? Why did he let this happen and other murderous atrocities? But then as I read this scripture, God had a way of, in certain times in history, allowing things to happen, hardening the hearts of the oppressors, so he could deliver us. And we know that only God could have done that. He says it right here, way before we know what Selma was, way before we ever named the bridge after a Klansman. It was in the word that I'm going to harden Pharaoh's heart. Why harden? Pharaoh's heart, so your son and your son's sons will know the work I've done. Well, my daughter gave me a first and only grandchild. And one day, he's 2 years old now, one day I hope to walk him across that bridge. And that day I want to tell him the story. His name is Marcus Al. Marcus Al, how they trampled on our people and what happened to Miss Boynton and Hosea and the beating of John Lewis. And the bridge may be, the name may be changed, but the story will remain the same. But Marcus Al, the story didn't end there. God allowed them to beat us and tear gas us, but guess what? We went from the beating on the bridge to, because of the dramatic beating, we got the Voting Rights Act in '65. And me, your granddaddy, got to walk across this bridge where they bled with John Lewis and the first black president, Barack Obama. That would not have happened had that not happened. And I got to go through here with a black woman named Kamala Harris, who became the first black woman and first woman, period, to be vice president of the United States. So we've been through some stuff, and we're still going through some stuff. We're in a pandemic where we in the black community has been disproportionately impacted. We're seeing at this count 18 states trying to change the voting laws to suppress our vote. We are seeing high incarceration rates still there for blacks, and they're not even medically dealing with them in the appropriate and needed way during this pandemic, and unfairly keeping them with longer sentences for the same crime. Police brutality is still unresolved, in my opinion, taken with a lack of seriousness by the judicial and criminal justice system. But that's why we must be the sons and daughters and the sons and daughters of the sons and daughters of those that walked and got beaten in Selma. Because we're the ones that need to know from the John Lewises that God let them live to see a black president from their beatings. We are the sons and the daughters that the scripture talked about that needs the message from the Moses generation, that look at what God did for us, and that God can do it for you in a pandemic, in states trying to suppress the vote, in high incarceration, in police brutality. If we could go from no protection of the vote when we got beaten in '65 and get the protection of the vote in the Voting Rights Act and take it all the way to a black president walking across this bridge we were beaten, you have no excuse not to save those voting protections in 18 states. We took it from nothing and got it in all 50. You are our children. What's wrong with you? We didn't theorize about police brutality. We were brutalized, but kept marching. You can get laws written to make federal offenses like the George Floyd Policing and Justice Act because you're our children and we wrote laws like the Civil Rights Act of '64 and the Voting Rights Act of '65. So the problem is maybe we forgot who we are. Maybe we forgot we are the sons and daughters of marchers, of protesters, of people that speak truth to power. We did not come from a background of privilege. We come from a background of protest. We come from a background of those that had to fight for everything they got. So maybe God still hardens Pharaoh to remind the children of the children that it was God that took the sacrifice of our forefathers and opened doors for us. And that same God will open the doors in our generation for our sons and daughters and their sons and daughters, if we believe and keep practicing what we were passed down from our forefathers. So don't you stop marching. Don't you stop agitating. Don't you stop speaking truth to power. Don't you stop standing up. It is in your blood. It is in your lineage. It is inside of our innermost thoughts. Remember who you are and remember whose you are. Yes, Pharaoh had a hardened heart. We went through in 4 years of Trump a lot of hardened stuff, but it reminded some of us of a mighty God, a God that delivers. You know, as you read the Bible, all the way through the Bible, if it was a Pharaoh, God sent a Moses. If it was a Nebuchadnezzar, a Belshazzar, God would send him 3 Hebrew boys or a Daniel. If it was a Pharaoh that was going to be plotted and convinced to kill his people, God sends an Esther. It's always consistent in the Bible that God is on the side of the oppressed. Nowhere in the book, even when Ahab was one of God's children, when he went left, God sent an Elijah. Nowhere in the book does God side with oppressors. Does God side with those that are wicked? He's on our side. The question is, are we still on his side? So as I say, as we commemorate Bloody Sunday, some of you are looking for a position now with a new administration. Some are sitting home waiting and say, I'm going to see what they're going to do. Others are being cynical. Others are just submitting. But all I can say to you is I remember as John Lewis came on that bridge the last time and I helped others hold him up on that little semi-ladder and speak there for the last time alive. And I looked at him. I was the generation 15 or so years behind John Lewis's generation and Reverend Jackson and others that raised us. I remember whose son I was. And I'm going to keep marching. I'm going to keep agitating. I'm going to keep speaking truth to power. Because I know who I am and whose I am. So as I said, I don't know what some of y'all are going to do. But as for me and my house, I'm going to serve the Lord.
Hello, my name is Sherilyn Eiffel, and I'm the President and Director Counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the nation's premier civil rights legal organization fighting for racial justice since we were founded in 1940 by that civil rights trailblazer and later first Black Supreme Court Justice, Thurgood Marshall. I am delighted, as always, to be with you at Brown's Chapel AME Church on Selma Jubilee weekend, even if it means I'm with you virtually. I want to first of all thank and give honor to the pastor of Brown's Chapel, my dear friend, Reverend Leotis Strong. I thank him for year after year, bringing so many of us together for this important service. I want to give my honor and my thanks to all of the members of the church who always receive us every year and who so warmly embrace the LDF family. I also want to, of course, acknowledge the presence today of the President of the United States, Joe Biden, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. I want to acknowledge all the other elected representatives and all the other leaders who are with us this morning. But most importantly, I want to acknowledge the Selma foot soldiers, who I hope are with us today as well, remembering their sacrifice for all of us. This is the first commemoration of Bloody Sunday without John Lewis. John Lewis was our moral compass, our North Star, every Selma Jubilee weekend. He left us this past year, but he didn't leave us without directions and instructions. He told us to vote like never, ever before, and we did. All over this country, Black voters came out, stood in lines with masks and gloves, used absentee voting and drop boxes, did what they needed to do to ensure that their votes were cast in the most consequential election of this century. We showed that we have the power and the determination to protect ourselves, to fight for democracy, to fight for our communities and for our families. And even though this country is in a perilous moment, we must not forget that we showed our power, that we linked arms with one another. Some of us volunteered to be poll workers and worked with LeBron James's More Than a Vote organization. Some of us worked on GoTV, Get Out the Vote. Some of us marched and rallied. Some of us registered voters. Some of us helped people who were too ill to come out of their homes and made sure that they had absentee ballots and checked on them. Some of us drove people to the polls. Some of us, lots of us at LDF, litigated cases around the country. We even sued the United States Postal Service to ensure that ballots would be delivered on time. We did everything we needed to do to ensure that we would not be shut out of the political process in 2020 and in the special election in Georgia in 2021. That day, January 5th, Georgia elected for the first time since Reconstruction a Black United States Senator. And Georgia also elected for the first time in its history a Jewish United States Senator. These are two historic milestones that we cannot forget. They are symbols of what we can do when we marshal our strength and our determination to vote. Now, of course, voters should not have had to overcome all of the obstacles that so many had to overcome to participate in the election in November and in January. All of the stories in the news media suggest that this was an election that went off without a hitch. But I'm here to tell you, there were hitches. We saw more voter intimidation in this past election, this past year, than I have seen in 30 years of litigating voting rights cases. We saw voter ID laws deployed to keep Black people from voting. We saw restrictions on absentee voting and on early voting. We saw election mishaps on election day that needed to be resolved in real time. Obstacles were placed in the way of American citizens seeking to exercise their fundamental right to vote. And that means that there is work to do in this democracy. But before I get there, let's talk about January 6th. The day after the historic special election in Georgia, we saw an attempted coup, a violent and deadly attack on the United States Capitol. It was an attack on democracy itself. That attack had a goal. The goal was to ensure that the votes and the ballots cast by African Americans in places like Philadelphia and Detroit and Milwaukee would not be received and tabulated, and that Joe Biden would not be voted President of the United States. We understand that the intention of the effort to disenfranchise voters from November 3rd on was targeted at Black voters. And that's why the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the organization I lead, sued both President Trump and the Republican National Committee for the activities they were involved in their efforts to keep votes from being counted mostly cast by Black voters in places like Detroit and Philadelphia. January 6th was the culmination of that effort. It was violent, it was ugly, it was frightening. But it was a snapshot into the state of American democracy. That our democracy has deep fissures and cracks in its foundation. And while those anti-democratic actions were targeted at Black voters in places like Alabama and Mississippi and Georgia and Florida, most of America didn't pay attention. But I have always said what is first tried out, workshopped on Black voters will soon come for the entire country. January 6th was evidence of that. What Black voters have faced for centuries, when white supremacists have found themselves to be losing power, was finally seen by the entire country on January 6th. And that means that we have a lot more work to do than many people understood. We have to strengthen and undergird our democracy. We have to protect the right to vote like never before. That's why I'm so gratified that the House passed H.R. 1, the For the People Act, that contains measures designed to make it easier for people to vote and participate in elections. This critical piece of legislation is a direct response to January 6th. It is an effort to expand the franchise and to remove artificial barriers placed by those interested in shrinking the electorate. There's more though. There's H.R. 4, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. We expect hearings to be held on that important bill in the coming week, and we want hearings to be held. We want to present to Congress what we saw in the 2020 election, and we want H.R. 4 and its provisions to be informed by the latest information about voter suppression so that the bill can adequately protect against the voter suppression that we know will continue in the years to come. That's a lot of work. If we add to that the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act and the need to deal with the issue of unconstitutional policing and police brutality that came to a head last summer after the killing of George Floyd, we know that this moment in America is a perilous and difficult one. But I'm channeling John Lewis on the Edmund Pettus Bridge last year. He said, "Don't give up, don't give in, keep your eyes on the prize." That's the mantra that we follow at the Legal Defense Fund. I know these are guiding words for you. I'm asking that you not give up. Just because there isn't a presidential election this year doesn't mean we don't need you. We need you like never before. We need you to call your senators and tell them you expect them to pass H.R. 1. That is, call your senators and tell them you need to pass H.R. 1. You all know when I come every year, I come with assignments for you. Well, I need you to call your senator. So take down this number, 202-224-3121, 202-224-3121. I want you to pledge to call both of your senators this week and tell them that in commemoration of the Selma Jubilee, you are calling them and insisting that they vote in favor of H.R. 1. And that they prepare themselves to vote in favor of the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act when that comes to the United States Senate. We want you to call your senators and tell them you expect them to vote to pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. And I don't want you to only call them this week. I want you to call them every week until those important and critical pieces of legislation are enacted. This is our civil rights moment. When we emerged from the civil rights movement, we had 3 core civil rights statutes that we use to this day as tools to protect our communities. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the Fair Housing Act of 1968. What will we have to show for this period that we have endured? What tools, what new tools will we have to protect against the growing threat to democracy that we see around the country? We need H.R. 1. We need H.R. 4. We need the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. And so with that, I want to thank all of you for joining us again this year. I want to thank again the Reverend Leota Strong. I want to thank everyone, particularly the staff at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the organization I am privileged to lead. Usually I have them stand up in the church service so that you can see these brilliant young lawyers and know who is fighting on your behalf. What you can know about the Legal Defense Fund is that we were here in Selma in 1965, representing the marchers, helping sketch out the route so that the march could be completed from Selma to Montgomery. We're here every year for Jubilee weekend. We'll be here next year. We don't care what year the anniversary is. We are with you, and we will not stop fighting for the full citizenship of Black people and for our right to live with dignity in this country. Thank you so much for having me. Wishing you all the very best. Don't forget your homework for this week and the coming weeks.
Good morning, Brown Chapel AME, Reverend Latasha Brown, and to the congregants and friends and family. A year ago, I stood in the pulpit of Brown Chapel celebrating, commemorating what was to be a moment of grace. You see, we were there to talk about the crossing of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and unbeknownst to us, Congressman John Lewis was going to make an appearance on that bridge. I'd had a chance to speak with him the night before to tell him about my excitement and my trepidation of speaking before such an august audience. I was overwhelmed by the opportunity, but I was also very aware of the moment. We were in the midst of the 2020 primary season, determining who would be the next candidate for President of the United States. We were in the midst of surviving a presidency that would turn into one of the most critical disasters in our nation's history, as hundreds of thousands would die, would perish because of his ineptitude, his refusal to see every one of God's children as worthy of his attention. And you see, in the midst of that, we were fighting over voting rights, over the fundamental conversation of who gets to make a choice about the direction of this country. On one side, you had those who thought that only those who looked like them, who sounded like them, who thought like them should be allowed to be heard. And on the other side of that bridge, we had people who believed that if you were an American, you were entitled to your voice. John Lewis so often was the span of that bridge. He brought those who thought that voter suppression was an okay thing to do. He brought them across to the other side where they realized that patriotism demands voter access. And once again, we find ourselves in the midst of this conversation, but without his guidance, without his counsel. But what we still have with us, what still remains among us, is his courage, the courage that he brought, the courage brought by the foot soldiers, by Amelia Boynton, by those who did their best to lead us forward. In a time where 253 bills are moving through 43 state legislative bodies, we have the For the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act on the other side of that bridge. While there are those who are using the big lie to tell an even uglier truth about their politics, we have the truth on our side, we have righteousness on our side, and we have opportunity on our side. You see, regardless of your partisan beliefs, we have a president of the United States who believes in American values, who believes in American voices. We have a Congress and a Senate that have both spoken up in favor of participation, and now it is our responsibility to turn those words into action, and that action into progress, and that progress into prosperity for all. We have an opportunity to demand more than just lip service, because we have delivered into this moment leaders who have the responsibility to do their jobs. And so I say to you today, as you think about and contemplate what this moment means, as we commemorate yet again history that has been made, we have to think about the history that is yet to come. A history where we sacrifice our democracy to those who believe that winning at all costs is okay, that abiding in insurrection is okay? Or will we have a history of patriotism, of standing up for everyone's right to vote, even if you don't like what they choose, and believing in everyone's right to have access to our democracy, even if you don't care for their ideas? If we want that nation, if we want that history, if we want to gather here 50 years hence, 56 years hence, to say that we have done our job, then we cannot forget what brings us here each day, and we must leave this chapel going into the world, demanding that the For the People Act, that the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act be more than just political pawns. They have to be promises to a new generation, and they have to be promises that we keep for ourselves. Thank you so much for having me.
Reverend Leotis Strong, Bishop Adam Jefferson Richardson, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, members of Brown Chapel AME Church, friends, it is an honor to join you as we commemorate the 56th anniversary of the Selma Bridge crossing. 3 years ago, I spoke from your pulpit. I was there in the pews last year when I joined Congressman John Lewis on his annual civil rights pilgrimage. I was with him on what would be his final walk across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and I will hold that memory forever in my heart. I'm so sorry we can't gather together again in Selma this year, and I'm so sorry that Congressman Lewis is no longer with us. I know we will all mourn and miss him every day. But friends, I am here to tell you that his spirit lives inside of all of us, and we know that. And the spirit of Selma lives in us. You know, a month before the 1965 bridge crossing, a group of teachers, black teachers, who taught their students about civics, but who couldn't exercise their own right to vote, well, they took action. About 100 teachers and union members marching side by side put their jobs on the line, their paychecks, their pensions. They marched to the Dallas County Courthouse to register to vote. And after they were barred from entering, they returned where? Well, of course, to Brown Chapel. A few weeks later, the 100 teachers became 600 activists marching across that bridge. And a few weeks after that, 600 became 2,000, headed for Montgomery. And by the time they got there, they were 50,000 strong. And it wasn't long before the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was signed into law, helping millions of Americans exercise their right to vote. I say this to remind us, all of us, of our own agency, of our own ability to change the world. You know, you don't need a lot of money or 1 million people, but you do need a righteous cause and a whole lot of resolve. Friends, there is no cause more righteous than the right to vote. It is the right that unlocks so many other rights: the right to be treated with dignity at work, the right to a high-quality public education, the right to affordable health care, which couldn't be more important in the middle of a pandemic that is stealing away Black lives at a devastating rate. When we cast a ballot, we decide our leaders. When we cast a ballot, we determine our future. The teachers of Selma, they knew that. John Lewis knew that. And so did Diane Nash and C.T. Vivian and Amelia Boynton Robinson and Hosea Williams. And so did my mother and father, who marched for voting rights and civil rights in Oakland, California, while pushing me in a stroller. We all know the power of the ballot, and we know, too, that efforts persist to take that power away. Today, poll taxes have been traded for long voting lines, property ownership restrictions for purges of voter rolls, literacy tests for voter ID laws, voter registration restrictions, mail-in voting limitations, cuts to early voting, precinct closures, gerrymandering. It's all voter suppression by any other name. In 2013, the Voting Rights Act was gutted by the Supreme Court decision, Shelby County v. Holder. That decision opened the floodgates. Almost immediately, states put in place laws to discriminate and to create barriers to voting, targeted at people of color, targeted at Native Americans, targeted at students, and targeted at Black voters. When one of these laws in North Carolina was challenged, The court said it targeted Black Americans with almost surgical precision. Those were the words of the court, surgical precision. It has now been over 7 years since the Shelby decision, and the efforts to suppress have only increased. We're a little more than 2 months into 2021, and in early February of this year, more than 150 bills to restrict voting had already been introduced in more than 30 state legislatures. That is 4 times as many as the same time last year. So we have to tell the truth about these efforts. They are certainly not designed to protect our elections. They do not protect our democracy. And the only purpose they serve is to cut people out, to leave people out, to attempt to silence people. Well, President Joe Biden and I want to make sure we bring people in, that we see people, and that we hear them. And even as our work to pass the American Rescue Plan gets underway, and while we get vaccines distributed across the country and deliver relief to those who are hurting from this pandemic, we have not taken our eye off the right to vote and the fight to maintain everyone's right to vote. Today, the President signed an executive order to leverage the resources of the federal government to make it easier for voters to register. We urge the Senate to follow the House's lead and pass the For People Act, which includes measures like automatic voter registration that will help expand voting rights. We also urge Congress to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to fully restore the Voting Rights Act once and for all. The American people want to vote, have a right to vote. In fact, in the last election, more Americans voted than ever before. Americans today want to vote for the same reason the Selma teachers marched to that courthouse, to have a say in their lives, to have a say in what happens to them and the people in their community. Because as citizens of this country, we all have a right to be heard and to have our vote count. And our laws should make it easier, not more difficult, to exercise that right. And for me, it all comes down to that little bit of scripture, that golden rule, love thy neighbor. Wearing a mask is loving thy neighbor. Getting vaccinated is loving thy neighbor. And voting is loving thy neighbor. So let's fight for the right to vote, knowing it is an extension of the love of our community and our country. And that is the fight that unites us now. It is a fight that connects us to our past, knowing that history is a relay race, and what started with 100 teachers grew to tens of thousands of marchers, and then tens of millions of voters who cast a ballot last year. The baton in that relay race is now in our hands. So let us remember, our cause is righteous, our resolve is strong, our spirit is mighty. So let us keep on in the tradition of Selma and John Lewis, and thank you all, and may God bless you, and may God bless America.
Good morning, and welcome to Brown Chapel African Methodist Episcopal Church. In the interest of full disclosure and complete transparency, I confess to you that I am in awe, admiration, and genuine, as my mother would say, appreciation of the person I am presenting to you as our keynote speaker. During the 40+ years I have known him, he has been for me both a source of inspiration for me towards making improvements as a preacher and as a pastor, and a source of aspiration for me towards my making advancements in the practice of my own faith as a Christian. The drum major spirit has been a trademark and a hallmark of his entire life. In college, at FAMU, Florida A&M University, he was the drum major of the famous world-renowned Marching 100 Band at a time when the Marching 100 Band at FAMU was recognized and credited with developing 30 innovative, creative techniques which became standard operating procedures for many high school and collegiate marching band programs. As you know, the drum major is the leader of the marching band, both during rehearsals and in on-the-field performances. And the drum major has the huge and heavy responsibility of carrying out the instructions of the band director. What needs to be done in order for there to be success in the mission and the vision of the one who is the band director? He graduated FAMU in 1969, earned his degree, left FAMU, left the Marching 100 Band. But even as he has graduated to other venues and higher levels and degrees of service, he has never stopped being a drum major, never stopped being innovative and creative in the performance of his art, his craft, his calling, never stopped mentoring and modeling and calling for a spirit of excellence in those whom he leads, and never stopped being in tune with the band director, in touch with the one who is the band director, with advancing the mission and promoting the vision of the one who is the divine director of both the drum major and the band. He has earned multiple degrees, including Bachelor of Arts, Master of Divinity, Doctorate of Sacred Theology, and has been awarded several honorary degrees in recognition of his services and contributions, and has been both a college and seminary professor. Yes, in academia, as a scholar, and as a professor, he has been a drum major. As a pastor and shepherd of a church family, he was a drum major. As a bishop and chief shepherd presiding over the 19th Episcopal District of the AME Church in South Africa, he was a drum major. As bishop and chief shepherd presiding over the 2nd Episcopal District headquartered in our nation's capital in Washington, D.C., he never stopped being a drum major. And currently, as bishop and chief shepherd presiding over the 11th Episcopal District, and as the senior bishop of the worldwide Intercontinental African Methodist Episcopal Church, he still is a drum major, not just muttering religious rhetoric and mentioning religious rules and rights, but still innovatively and creatively modeling spiritual and pastoral best practices and mentoring women and men in their calling and their craft to be spiritual leaders and pastoral shepherds of God's people. And he is recognized and respected by his colleagues and peers on the Council of Bishops as senior bishop. He is revered, cherished as a mentor, admired. There's an old song in the history of my descendants that says, "Up above my head, I hear music in the air. There must be a God somewhere." Our keynote speaker is none other than the Right Reverend Adam Jefferson Richardson Jr. And he is a drum major, my brothers and sisters, Please lend your ears, your minds, your hearts, your spirits to this drum major of that celestial music maker that we hear calling and leading us to higher ground, a drum major for the one who is the director of the heavenly band, our keynote speaker, Bishop Adam Jefferson Richardson Jr. Hear ye him.
colleagues in the ministry of the episcopacy, all clergy persons, especially to Bishop Harry L. Seawright, here in the state of Alabama, the 9th Episcopal District, to the remarkable legion of foot soldiers whose sacrifice has meant so much to the liberation and forward progress of oppressed people everywhere, and the advancement of a nation striving for a more perfect union, as we like to say. Some of these persons have participated in the experience today, for which we are so grateful. To my good friend and brother, Dr. Leotis Strong, and the good people of Brown Chapel AME Church, thank you for all that you mean to the movement and the history of this special day, a story that cannot be rightly told without mention of you. To His Honor the Mayor, Reverend Perkins, and all public officials, I greet you on this special day in the life of Selma and the Brown Chapel AME Church. Thank you once again, Dr. Strong, for your invitation and for this wonderful opportunity. And I bring you greetings from Supervisor Richardson and your sisters and brothers of the 11th Episcopal District, Florida, and the Bahamas. For the moments that are mine, let me invite your attention to the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 22, verses 27 and 28, and to the book of Hebrews, chapter 9, verse 22. I want to use as a subject, I know it was the blood. I know it was the blood. The Matthew pericope reads, "And he took the cup and gave thanks, and gave it to them, saying, Drink ye all of it, for this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for the remission of sins." And in the book of Hebrews it reads, "And according to the law almost all things are purified with blood, and without the shedding of blood there is no remission." I know it was the blood. Not far from our offices in Jacksonville, Florida, native son James Weldon Johnson put pen to paper and wrote an enduring poem. And I would say that he might have agonized with how to say what he needed to say about faith and hope in the black struggle for dignity and personhood and citizenship in America. How would he combine the past and the future? How would he craft language that would address the abortion of hope and with brutal honesty speak to the actual brutality, physically and psychologically, of the black experience? I think Mr. Johnson thought about it long and hard before he put this line into his now famous poem, "Lift Every Voice and Sing." As a lawyer, poet, activist, educator, and NAACP executive, he chose his words carefully. And here is what the lawyer, poet, teacher, James Weldon Johnson wrote as he'd offered a comprehensive summary in verse of black life between 1619 and 1899. By then it had been 123 years since writing of the Declaration of Independence and the 108 years since the ratification of the Bill of Rights. Over the then 280-year history of black people in what had become the United States. His words have morphed into sacred rhetoric. With an economy of words, Johnson rehearsed the painful, violent struggle, not merely of the little progress that had been achieved, but the up-to-the-minute reality of what life was like for black people in America in 1899, as he prepared to observe the birthday of Abraham Lincoln. And here is what he wrote. "We have come over a way that with tears has been watered. We have come treading a path through the blood of the slaughtered." His brother John Rosamond Johnson composed a musical arrangement, making it a song that recognized the black freedom struggle. It marked decades of overcoming, but included hope for a future in which black aspirations and achievement could be realized. No wonder we take off our hats and stand when we sing it. No wonder Congressman James Clyburn is putting his weight on it to make it the national hymn. Now, there are dots to be connected on the matter of bloodshed in both salvation and liberation. And here I offer the following connectors. To begin with, there is the lived experience of the sacred and the secular in black culture. And I contend here that there is no real disconnect with the relevant aspects of our lives. In this way, the shedding of blood has so much to do with both spiritual and our psychological points of view. At the funeral of 3 of the 4 little girls killed at the 16th Street Baptist Church, Dr. King said in his eulogy, "Unmerited suffering is redemptive." So for his part, James Weldon Johnson has seen the violence against the black community. He identified whatever progress had been made as a path through the blood of the slaughtered. It was fresh on his mind, as it had only been a year that in the cause of white supremacy there had been a violent coup that overthrew the city government in Wilmington, North Carolina, a government that included the massacre of several black elected office holders and black business owners and citizens at large. In 1906, there was the Atlanta massacre that destroyed homes and businesses, and perhaps as many as 100 black citizens killed. The summer of 1919 was particularly blood-soaked. White supremacist terrorism and had occurred in at least 13 cities throughout America. James Weldon Johnson gave it the name Red Summer. Then another violent, bloody massacre in 1921 in the Greenwood district, also known familiarly as Black Wall Street. Then another bloody massacre in 1923 in a black community in Florida known as Rosewood. All of these were communities of pride, of progress, and economic uplift. The author of the book of Hebrews didn't know he was writing scripture, but he wrote this aphorism that is as much a part of the gospel narrative as for God so loved the world. Hebrews 9:22 makes this observation: without the shedding of blood, there is no remission. These are the same words essentially spoken by Jesus when he instituted the Lord's Supper. Matthew says, "And he took the cup and gave thanks and gave it to them, saying, Drink ye all of it, for this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for the remission of sins." Now, this is not to suggest the inevitability of bloodshed, but it does convey to what lengths human beings will go when matters are left unresolved by reason and civility. And then second, not only is there no remission without the shedding of blood, neither is there remission without truth-telling. Remission relates to forgiveness, and forgiveness that is thorough and redemptive is rare without truth and reconciliation. That's why the January 6th Commission is so important in our national government today. And that's why the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was so important in helping the Republic of South Africa to move forward beyond the oppressive and brutal regime of racial apartheid in that country. I sat at the dais in Houston County, Alabama, prepared to give an after-dinner speech on the meaning of the life and work of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. The event also celebrated the social justice ministry of a local hero of sorts, my best friend and college classmate who had recently deceased, was pastor of the First Baptist Church of Dothan, Alabama. Rochester Johnson was his name. And as the custom of such events, the master of ceremonies presented several local officials to bring greetings. And one of these speakers was the county sheriff. The Houston County Sheriff, Lamar Glover, told us that he had been a state trooper in 1965, and that he had duty that day in Selma on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, a day historians and journalists dubbed as Bloody Sunday, March the 7th. So I sat there trying to figure out what I was supposed to do with this information from the sheriff. I could simply tune him out or cut him off. But the sheriff went to the words of redemption and forgiveness. And this is what Sheriff Glover said that night in Dothan. I was on the wrong side of history. Truth-telling makes redemption possible. Third, remission speaks to the efficacy of blood as the symbol for the sacrifice that leads to redemption. My wife and daughter and I went to Australia some years ago as part of a delegation at the meeting of the World Methodist Conference. And the Australian mass choir was singing the Andre Crouch version of The Blood That Jesus Shed For Me. I have to tell you, I was amazed that a choir down under would be singing it and singing that particular gospel rendition. And as I sat there listening to the pre-recorded presentation of maybe 500 voices or more as part of the welcome program for visitors from around the world, a service put on by the local Methodists of Australia, I was so moved by it. I could feel the Spirit of God moving in my own spirit. Later in the week, when I attended a small group breakout session dealing with church music, I mentioned how I had been blessed by that mass choir singing that particular song about the blood, singing it like it might have been sung right here at Brown Chapel or in nearly any black church across America. But as soon as I had finished my observation, a woman from London spoke up and announced that she had been repulsed by it. So I asked with my southern self, so what do y'all sing? Well, maybe that's why your church is empty. The blood still works, I believe. It will never lose its power, we say. I know it was the blood. So let's not, you and me, become too casual with the Lord's Supper. And there was the fountain filled with blood. In the upper room that night, Jesus took those common ingredients from the table, bread and wine, that had history and tradition in them that dated to the night the Hebrew people left Egypt in a hurry. It was the night that death came to the firstborn male of humans and animals. The Bible says, and God said to those on the verge of a breakthrough from bondage and oppression, when I see the blood, I will pass over. It was the symbol of sacrifice that would lead to freedom. And I suspect that someone just might have captured the moment with this affirmation. I know it was the blood. Then fourth, the story of remission is captured in the songs that emerge from the experience of both salvation and liberation. At the heartbreaking news of her death, I was immersed in watching tributes to Sister Tyson, the people who were given the honor and opportunity to say something about her life and her legacy used words like elegant and eloquent, inspiring and gracious, and uncompromising about the roles that she took. And so on the evening of December 30th, 2015, she was honored at the Kennedy Center, receiving her flowers while she could smell them, as we like to say. Actress Kerry Washington announced that CeCe Winans would be singing one of Miss Tyson's favorite hymns, Blessed Assurance. It seems that song came to rest in Miss Tyson's soul. She had words from this hymn engraved on a plaque on a pew in honor of her mother in the Abyssinian Baptist Church in New York, where Miss Tyson was a member. You don't get very deep into that Fanny Crosby song without having to come to terms with the concept of the efficacy of the blood of Christ. Heir of salvation, purchase of God, born of his Spirit, washed in his blood. And that night in the Kennedy Center, men in tuxedos and women in gowns She may as well have been sitting in her pew at the Abyssinian church because church broke out. Among the celebrants were President and Mrs. Obama, who seemed also to resonate with those famous words, "It was the blood." And then this, remission is also about redemption, prophetic redemption. On February the 4th, 1965, Malcolm X spoke from the pulpit of Brown Chapel AME Church here in Selma. His words were provocative and prophetic. He called for the intervention of the United Nations to sanction the United States for its failure to protect the human rights of 22 million black people in America, while it hypocritically touted human rights to other nations of the world. He would be lying in a pool of his own blood 14 days before the marchers ever got to the Edmund Pettus Bridge. On March the 25th, the marchers arrived at the Capitol in Montgomery, where Dr. King gave his "How long, not long" speech. On August the 6th, President Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act into law. It was a law symbolically signed in blood. And a mere 37 months after Bloody Sunday, Martin Luther King Jr. was lying in his own blood. I came to Selma, Alabama for the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the march from the Brown Chapel Church to the state capitol in Montgomery. I sat in the pulpit along with icons of the civil rights movement, Ambassador Andrew Young and the Reverend Jesse Jackson and other current luminaries of both church and state. I could not help but think of the importance of that Sunday as the Reverend Al Sharpton preached. And now, 56 years ago, that's when it was. It was relevant to the passage of the Voting Rights Act 5 months later. Here's the sixth matter. It's the matter of blood that moves from symbol to substance, actualized in the decisions that we make for ourselves and our community. The people of Selma had not been waiting for Dr. King and the leadership of the SCLC. It was a struggle that had been in the making for decades. Selma was calculated to be ripe for the movement and the nation to the next level in achievement of actual legislation that would guarantee the ability of citizens to actually register and vote without nonsense questions like how many bubbles in a bar of soap, and the humiliation that people seeking to register would be subject to, and often resulted in violent revolt by people who fought for the principle of taxation without representation as tyranny, except for when it applied to black citizens who paid taxes, but had no voice nor vote in the decisions made about their lives to which they could give consent or objection. No vote, no voice. And so I sat in the Brown Chapel pulpit, remembering that March the 7th, 1965 was the first Sunday, just as it is today. The Brown Chapel congregation would likely have had Holy Communion that morning, just as the table is dressed for communion today. They might have broken into singing an old ditty from the black church, "I know it was the blood." Within a few hours of launching the somber and ill-fated march to Montgomery, marchers would retreat to the Brown Chapel Church, beaten and bloody. The Honorable John Lewis and others had more than skinned in the game. They left blood on the bridge. Causes me to think that my voter registration card, I have it right here in my pocket, figuratively speaking, is blood-stained. What I find ironic is the fact that March 2015 is also the 50th anniversary of the box office success of The Sound of Music, the movie version of a Broadway musical that began a successful run in 1959. The music by Rodgers and Hammerstein. It still sells. The hills are alive with the sound of music. In 2001, the U.S. Library of Congress selected the film for the preservation in the National Film Registry as it is considered culturally, historically, and aesthetically significant, relevant. But up on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, named for a Confederate general and the grand dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, bleeding fighters for freedom, not freedom fighters, but fighters for freedom, were singing, "We Shall Overcome." One portion of the nation was singing, "My heart will be blessed with the sound of music, and I'll sing once more." But on the bridge to freedom and the right to vote, another group of singers marched to the rhythm of another song, "Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Around." In the year 1965 alone, much blood was shed. The blood of Malcolm X was spilled. Jimmy Lee Jackson, 26-year-old, was shot to death during the Right to Vote's campaign. The Reverend James Reeb, a white Unitarian minister from Boston, was beaten to death while marching for civil rights right here in Selma. Miss Viola Liuzzo, a white woman from Detroit, mother of 5, was murdered by the KKK after the Selma to Montgomery March for the right to vote. Voting is a decision, and when we do not vote, we dishonor those who gave blood. We are the beneficiaries of the sacrifice of blood. I'm saved as a Christian by the redeeming blood of Jesus. He was 33 and unarmed. May the blood of unarmed young men and women, Trayvon Martin, Jordan Davis, Mike Brown, Sandra Bland, add to this list Ahmaud Arbery in his jogging shoes, and Breonna Taylor still in her pajamas, and George Floyd face down on the pavement crying for his mama to come to his aid. And who can forget our colleagues and friends whose blood stained the floor of the basement of Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina? May their blood and the blood of nearly a young black person every few weeks, it seems, eventually have redeeming value to save the soul of the nation in recognition that black lives really do matter. What could be more relevant than the shedding of blood that involves both liberation and salvation? On the night that Jesus had supper with the apostles, he used a word that has persisted right into the science laboratory in the most modern hospital in the world. Word remission. That's a curious word for something written so long ago. It's the same word we've heard and accepted as good news from our oncologist concerning our cancers. It's in remission, they tell us. That's good news. Remission. It's a period of time when a disease is responding to treatment, or that the disease is under control and free from the previous symptoms. What I found to be amazing is that when a patient is in remission, the patient may still die, but not from the disease of the tumor being treated. Blood was shed in Egypt that night, and bondage went into remission. The writer of the Hebrews ventured this bold claim: without the shedding of blood, there is no remission. After the blood of the Civil War, slavery went into remission. Blood that was shed by soldiers and civilians in World Wars I and II, fascism and Nazism went into remission. Blood that was shed in the civil rights movement and Jim Crow went into remission. After blood was shed in South Africa, apartheid went into remission. And after Jesus went to Calvary, sin went into remission. He went from Gethsemane to Golgotha and a cross at Calvary, where he shed his blood for the remission of sin. Was it for crimes that I had done he groaned upon the tree? Yes, he did die. Died for me, died in my place. And so I sing with the saints of old, I know it was the blood. Now that would have been enough for me to believe in him and to accept Jesus for his amazing grace of salvation and a right relationship with God, a relationship that also speaks to my liberation as a social justice matter. But God did something else. The resurrection is an ongoing announcement and a testimony that we shall overcome. And the church said, amen.
Today we would like to extend an invitation to everyone. We would like to extend an invitation of peace, that you will always have and find peace in your lives. We would like to extend an invitation of joy, that no matter what the circumstances are, that you will look for a brighter side and find joy in your life. We would like to offer an invitation of hope, that no matter what is going on, that you will always realize that there's always hope. We would like to extend an invitation that everyone will continue to do unto others as you will have them to do unto you, and that you will love your neighbor as you love yourself. We invite you that you will continue to enjoy life, to have happiness, to find prosperity, and to find peace. This is an invitation that we would like to extend to you.
The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord be kind and gracious unto you. The Lord look upon you with favor and give you peace. Amen.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all people are created equal and born with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But all too often, that truth is forgotten. All too often, those rights are ignored, as all too many stand in silence and all too many suffer alone. So our work goes on until the land of the free is free of racism, until the home of the brave is brave enough to change, until by the people and for the people means doing right by all the people, until justice just is.
I think every other burger should have a disclaimer. I'm not made with butter. That's what they should say right on the top of it. I'm not made with butter.
They should. They need to warn people.
Sonic Mesquite Butter Bacon Cheeseburger.
You gotta have butter.
Today we celebrate those who were brave enough to take the first step to a better tomorrow. People like civil rights leader John Lewis, who said, when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something, you have to do something. This is why we jumped at the chance to do something, to help Selma and the Jubilee Bridge Crossing Committee say something to a global audience. We all have a voice, and we all have a choice. And today, we choose to stand with Selma and get into some good trouble. Please know that we are with you every step of the way.
What a powerful service as always at Brown Chapel AME. Today is the day, ladies and gentlemen. 56 years ago on this very day, Bloody Sunday occurred on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, March 7th, 1965. And we have a really great lineup for you the rest of the day, including the gospel concert. But of course, the pre-march rally is coming up, and the virtual march itself. You don't want to miss it. We're virtual this year because of the pandemic, but this march is really going to be something, and you will, trust me, feel as if you are right there. Our good friends at Go West Creative helped to make that happen, so we cannot wait. Before that, though, we have some very, very special guests who are going to also join us virtually. Over the years, these individuals who've always been with us here in Selma, but of course, everyone is staying safe. But we still want to bring these individuals to you virtually. It's so important that we hear them and have conversations with them. And so first and foremost, please allow me to introduce to you one whom you all already know and love. and we've been praying for him as he's been recovering from some of his health challenges. Joining us from Chicago, the Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, Sr. Reverend.
Mark,
hey, man.
How you doing, everybody?
I'm good, man. How are you? You look great. Look at you.
Well, I feel good, too. You know, actually, what happened was, fighting in Parkinson's some time. My father had it as congenital. But then I had an emergency surgery, and it caught up with me. So for a week, I could not walk, could not talk. God is blessed. I'm walking again, talking again. But today, Jonathan, my son, is in Selma, Alabama. Let me talk a bit about Reverend Dr. Richardson's sermon, one of the most profound sermons I've ever heard in my life.
Yes, sir.
About the blood. But in Selma, it was our Bethlehem, where some great was born. Dr. King and others missed it at the first. Ms. Boynton, who was the president of the Dallas Bowls League, came to Chicago, came to Atlanta on Christmas Day in 1964, along with Reverend Reed, and said, Doctor, you guys must come celebrate. Dr. King was busy. He said, well, finally, he said, I'll come. He sniffed something about to happen there. The Blood of Sunday occurred. He was in his pulpit in Atlanta, got a note to come to Selma, and beckoned us to leave school and come there and meet him on Monday, and I did just that. But I want to say, but the South represents a new day. August 6th represents, again, a new majority in America. You had African Americans who couldn't vote. Most white women could not vote, serve on juries. 18-year-olds could not vote, those in Vietnam. You could not vote on campuses. You couldn't vote Native Americans, you couldn't vote bilingually. And that's a new majority. When it stands up, it elects Obama, it elects Joe Biden. That group has power. It all comes from August 6th in Selma, Alabama. And we were fighting an enemy that's talking about Democrats and Republicans. People we were fighting with Democrats. George Washington was a Democrat.
Right.
Bull Connor was a Democrat, except they were Jefferson Davis Democrats. When we got the public competition in 64 and voting right in 65, they changed. Today's Republicans and yesterday's Jefferson Davis Democrats. All of them who are the Republican conservative, they're just Southern guys who changed names rather than allow us to share with them. 65. Therefore, the Confederate spirit is alive. Jefferson Davis is still alive in them. I look at the bill just passed, $1.9 trillion. You know who was a part of that? The two senators of Delaware voted against President Biden. Of the 8 who did not vote for the relief bill, 2 senators were from Delaware. Isn't that astonishing?
Yeah.
To divide him in that way. So Selma has big meaning for all of us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As you said, you were there. In fact, I think the story goes, Selma was so significant to you, you started to name one of your children after Selma, didn't you?
Jesse Jr. was born while we were in Selma, and we got the telegram. You know the telegram is, Mark? Telegram?
Yeah.
Yes, I wasn't there, but I thought better of it. At least my wife did at that time. But it had great meaning. We know what it would mean today, but, you know, they say Lincoln freed us. We saved him. We should read the Emancipation Problem. It was a great document. He saved us, those he could free. We saved him. Blacks who had been the feeder line to the Confederates left from emancipation, 200,000 joined the Union Army. We saved Lincoln because the Republicans, the Democrats already as far as Antietam, Maryland and Gettysburg, blacks repulsed that drive. We saved America from Trump, the logical successor, Jefferson Davis. That's why they're so upset about our voting, because when we vote, we change the course of the country.
Yes, sir.
We saved the country from slavery and union, saved the country from Trump. So our vote still has redeeming power.
Yes, sir. Now, I also recall, and folks, as I've said, that we always share a lot of stories when we're all in Selma together face to face. You also told us once of a situation where I think you and Andy Young were fleeing some of the police horses and went into the projects, which are right across the street from Brown Chapel, where we just left the broadcast, folks. And you went to a woman's house, and I believe she told you she knew who had killed Jimmy Lee Jackson. Do I have that right?
Reverend C.T. Vivian.
It was Reverend Vivian, okay.
Coming out the back door of Brown's Chapel, and we saw cars going on the street on the other side of the project. He said that they're looking for me. We turned up into the project, and the door was open. I ran out and jumped out the car and went in the house. She said, "Who is that?" I said, "We were Dr. King." She said, "Sure enough, CT came." She said, "You sure y'all were Dr. King?" CT said, "Yes." "You sure?" She said, "Can I trust y'all?" And we said, "Yes." And we had prayer. She said, I watched as the riots up yonder at the agents at the Chinese place. And the men who come in here, they had this, they always talk about black people. And when the minister left with the round collar, she said, Reverend Reed, with the round collar, they followed him. They came back blood on their stick. Now, when they said they didn't know, they lied. I said, "But please don't tell it." We went to Miss Borden's house. Dr. King was in the bed. By his side was Howard Thurman, Jesus Disinherited. Because it heard to be. Neba's Nature and Destiny of Man and the Bible. Kind of stable books for him. And he called Robert Kennedy at that time and told him, "We know now who killed Reverend Reed." That God was all in there in Selma.
Again, one of the martyrs of that struggle in Selma, folks, that Reverend Jackson is speaking of, the Reverend James Reed. This 2020 was a year we lost so many. Everyone has talked about John Lewis, but since you mentioned Dr. Vivian, talk a little bit about Reverend C.T. Vivian's ongoing legacy.
He was a minister, a little older than we were, of course. He's 93, 94 now. I'm going to say this. He was a couple of steps in front of us. He was a theologian of sorts, activist theologian. He went to Parchment Prison, in fact, serving time, the struggle. Always buoyant and effervescent on the case. And he left Selma and came to Chicago for the Urban Training Center. Proceeded Dr. King to come to Chicago. He never stopped preaching. He never stopped teaching. By the way, Brendan Jordan, the brother beloved, Brendan Jordan,
yes.
So much to us.
Yes.
Brendan, I remember him taking Charlie and Hannah and Hamilton Homes in the University of Georgia, along with Constable Baker Motley in whenever it was, in Georgia. There's a new South now, in many ways. Alabama plays Clemson, my heart rejoices, because you look at those black and white players, they're together. To me, it's bigger than a football game. But I submit this to you, Mark, in closing, that the South is the key to our kingdom. There were more slaves than were slave masters. 5,000 lynchings and church burnings occurred. They drove us out the South. Now we're going back. 25% blacks in Atlanta and Georgia 4 years ago. Now it's 32% black. Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi can replicate the victory in Georgia. Blacks and the core of white people have the power to change the South, therefore change America.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Reverend Jackson, it's so good to see you. I know everyone's happy to see you. We've been praying for you. You look great. Glad that you're doing better and glad that you're able to participate in this 56th anniversary Bridge Crossing Jubilee, as you always have. You've been with us every year, man.
Well, I was there in '65, and I miss John Lewis. But let me tell you, John Lewis, and the guy by him was Jose Williams. He was not just a prop. He was SCLC.
Yes, sir.
Reverend Dr. King and Amelia Boynton. The three of them were beat that Sunday.
That's right.
John Lewis and Jose Williams and Miss Boynton. They humiliated her, put up her dress and beat her on her butt. Humiliating her.
Yeah.
She took it like a trooper.
Yes.
Amelia Boynton, C.T. Vivian, Jose Williams, as well as John, deserve to be honored on this occasion.
Yes, sir. Reverend Jackson, we love you. Continue to stay well. We're praying for you. We love you.
Take care of Jonathan. He's with you today.
All right. Sure will. Thank you,
Love you,
Reverend.
brother.
All right. God bless you now. Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson Sr., so good to see him and glad he was able to join us on this morning. Again, we're going to have a pre-march rally soon. We've got some other special guests joining us in the next few moments. We've got a special message, too, from Joe Biden. Many of you saw Vice President Kamala Harris during the Brown Chapel service, and then we'll also hear from Joe Biden during this segment, so you want to be sure to stay tuned. You all have also heard me invoke the name of Malcolm X. We are honored now to be joined by the daughter of Malcolm X, El-Hajj Malik Shabazz, and the daughter of Dr. Betty Shabazz, Ilyasah Shabazz, joins us here for the Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee. Ilyasah, Queen, assalamu alaikum, how are you?
Hello, walaikum salam. I'm fine. How about yourself?
I'm good. So glad you could join us. You know, as you know, and you've always joined us in Selma too over the years, Ilyasah, you know, one of the things that drew me to Selma years ago to participate was the fact that your father even came to Selma, and it really spoke to the importance of that little town, how significant it was, and also what it meant for your dad to be there and actually inject himself into that civil rights struggle.
Absolutely. The civil rights struggle involved, you know, all of us, you know, it involved his people. My mother often talked about how much her husband loved his people. He provided the biggest critique of America. And, you know, he said, listen, America must live up to her promise of liberty and justice for all. And so wherever there was injustice, which was just about all over the world, especially against indigenous, Aboriginal, Black people, my father was there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we also know that him being there, he spoke at a Brown Chapel in early February. I believe it was February 6, 1965, invited by SNCC. In 2019, in one of our last walks across the bridge with John Lewis, Ilyasah, I asked him what it was like, because he was in Brown Chapel when your dad spoke. And I said, what was it like to see Malcolm X and meet Malcolm X? And he said, you know, Reverend Mark, he was not what he was portrayed to be in the media. He talked about how gentle and how humble your dad was. He said it wasn't what they were led to believe he was, and they were just all touched by his gentle spirit. Even though he was such a powerful man, they were really touched by his gentleness and the words he spoke to them.
That's right. You know, you have to be a man of great compassion, you know, and great faith in order to speak truth to power the way Malcolm did, and to provide shock treatment for the descendants of hundreds of years of brutal, terroristic slavery. And, you know, that's what Malcolm did. His parents instilled specific values in him for him to step up and step forward, you know, on behalf of the 22 million people in this country, African-American people in this country. And, you know, and my father did just that. When people were marching, demonstrating, protesting, he stepped forward and said, listen, we demand our human rights as your brother. We demand our human rights ordained by God. And Malcolm was serious.
Yeah, no question about it. We should also note, after coming to Selma, your father came to Selma, left Selma, shared the pulpit with Mrs. King. There were some old timers that told you and me years ago, they aren't around anymore, that they believed that your dad even went to see Dr. King in Birmingham in jail when he came through Alabama.
That's right.
And so there's that. So then on February 18th, Jubilee Jackson is martyred by the Alabama State Police. 3 days later, your father is martyred on February 21st, actually on John Lewis's 25th birthday. It seems to me that the trajectory was headed toward your father and Dr. King and others coming to a greater place of the very unity that your father had called for with the Organization for Afro-American Unity.
Yes, you know, both Malcolm and Martin, or I should say Dr. King and Brother Malcolm, you know, even though their philosophies in some ways varied, their respective moral principles enabled them to unite and work for the best interest of 22 million African Americans. Both men set out to strategically improve the quality of life for their people, all of which were embodied in the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And I think it's really, it's such a disservice to portray this false image of Dr. King and this false image of Malcolm, and that we must choose one over the other, which is such a divisive tactic. And that's not something that we want to instill in our children. We don't want to instill these values of hate and discrimination. We want to instill the values of love, respect, and pride, for ourselves and for the leaders that we have in our society.
Yeah, no, very, very well put. And people do need to understand that that is a false dichotomy. We'd be remiss, of course, the big discussion these days is the movie Judas and the Black Messiah. But you have uncovered a document relative to your father, someone who wrote something who was a former member of the NYPD. Can you share with us a little bit about that and where that is?
Well, what I can say is if there is new evidence about who actually organized this assassination of my father, my 5 sisters, and my father, then we certainly would want it uncovered.
Yes. Yeah.
And we would want the Manhattan District Attorney and the U.S. Congress to do a thorough investigation.
Yes. Okay. Of course, we would most certainly hope for that. Tell us give us a quick report on the center, the Malcolm and Betty Shabazz Center. A lot of great things going on there.
Oh gosh, yes, we have so much great things happening at the Malcolm X and Betty Shabazz Center. We hired this really dynamic young lady who is from the Harvard Divinity School. She just got her master's. She's phenomenal. She created a Freedom School curriculum while at Harvard, and we just have so many phenomenal programs, intergenerational, action-driven. We want to make sure that we can retain the attention of these young developing leaders, all of whom, in spite of this pandemic, were out in the streets in 50 states in this country and 18 countries abroad, wow, proclaiming that Black Lives Matter after witnessing this horrific death of George Floyd. So we have great programs, and we welcome everyone to go online and find us. We're in social media to join us and help with creating all of this great work that we have.
Yeah, please, we do encourage people to support the work of the Malcolm X and Betty Shabazz Center. Before we go, we do want to acknowledge one of the most important speeches your father gave was at Selma's Brown Chapel. And one of his most oft-quoted statements, for those who didn't know where he made that statement, we remember Malcolm X saying this, and we hear his voice oftentimes saying to young people to learn to see for yourselves, think for yourselves, and listen for yourselves. For those you may not know, he was directly addressing young people in Selma at the members of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And that was a statement about how much faith your father had in the younger generation coming behind him.
That's right. One of the things he said is that it would be this generation of young people who would recognize that those in power have misused power, and that they would be brazen enough to step forward and demand change. And, we saw indications of that this past summer. And another thing, the education curriculum is, one of the areas that we focus most on. And so one of the things that we talk about at the Shabazz Center is if in world history classes, the truth that Africa is the cradle of the most advanced civilization ever to exist in mankind, and these impressive kingdoms of Futa-Jello, Benin, Ghana, Mali, Egypt, all of these empires, if they got even half the attention that Greece and Rome do in our American history classes, we might better appreciate the present complexity of Black civilizations around the world without learning and instilling values of hate and discrimination, but focusing on love and respect for ourselves and humanity. And so, yes, my father believed that it would be this generation that would step up and step forward, and that is what we have all witnessed.
Yes. we thank you so much for joining us and for the work the center is doing. We always appreciate you being a part of Selma every year. Thank you so much, Sister Ilyasah.
Thank you so much also. And, you know, we are remembering all of those brave young soldiers that marched across that bridge, knowing full well what lay ahead for them. Yeah,
amen. All right. Thank you, Sister. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, darling.
All right. Take care now. All right, folks. So we are, folks, continuing our coverage, and not too long from now, we will have the actual virtual march. This is going to be something very, very different, something very, very creative. People saying, well, how are you going to do a virtual march? Well, just wait and see. You definitely want to stay tuned for that and see how that is done. We are grateful to Go West Creative and what they have been able to produce for us. We also now have a message from the President of the United States, who actually issued an executive order today. And so we want to share that with you right now. Let's hear from President Joe Biden.
Good morning to everyone joining us on this Unity Breakfast named after Dr. and Mrs. King, and to commemorate the anniversary of the march in Selma. I know this is the first commemoration of Bloody Sunday without Reverend C.T. Vivian, Reverend Joseph Lowry, and my buddy John Lewis, Congressman John Lewis. Preachers of the social gospel, architects of the beloved community they built not only with words, but with actions, and reminders that in our lifetime for Black Americans, the fundamental right to vote has been denied by white supremacy, both hiding behind white hoods and in plain sight in state houses and courtrooms. Yet those torches and burning crosses and batons, tear gas, fire hoses, attack dogs, and unfair laws and trials that could not stop progress. The blood of John Lewis and so many other brave and righteous souls that was spilled in Selma on this Sunday in 1965 sanctified a noble struggle. And when the country saw those images that night, America was forced to confront the denial of democracy, the fierce urgency of justice. Congress passed the Voting Rights Act a few months later, and President Johnson signed it into law. But the legacy of the march in Selma is that while nothing can stop free people from exercising their most sacred power as a citizen, there are those who will do anything they can to take that power away. The Voting Rights Act began to dismantle barriers to voting and to make our elections more free, fair, and representative. I was always proud to lead the efforts to reauthorize it over the years as a U.S. Senator in the Judiciary Committee. But at the same time, Republicans at every level have chipped away at it. Then in 2013, the U.S. Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act, holding that times have changed and blatant voter discrimination was rare, contrary to the assault that was taking place on the ground. The late Justice Ginsburg wrote the decision was like, quote, throwing away your umbrella in a rainstorm, end of quote. Today we have a hailstorm, not a rainstorm, a hailstorm. In 2020, our very democracy on the line, even in the midst of a pandemic, more Americans voted than ever before. Multiple recounts in states and decisions of more than 60 cases from judges appointed by my predecessor, including at the Supreme Court, upheld the integrity of this historic election. Yet instead of celebrating this powerful demonstration of voting, we've seen an unprecedented insurrection in our capital and a brutal attack on our democracy on January the 6th. And a never before seen effort to ignore, undermine, and undo the will of the people. And to think of that, and yet it's been followed by an all-out assault on the right to vote in state legislatures all across the country. You know, during the current legislative sessions, Elected officials in 43 states have already introduced over 250 bills to make it harder for Americans to vote. We cannot let them succeed. Last week, the House of Representatives passed H.R. 1, the For the People Act of 2021. This is a landmark piece of legislation that is urgently needed to protect the right to vote and the integrity of our elections and to repair and strengthen our democracy. I hope the Senate does its work so I can sign it into law. I also urge Congress to fully restore the Voting Rights Act, named in John Lewis's honor. Today, on the anniversary of Bloody Sunday, I'm signing an executive order to make it easier for eligible voters to register to vote and improve access to voting. Every eligible voter should be able to vote and have that vote counted. If you have the best ideas, you have nothing to hide. Let the people vote. And I'll close with this. A few days before he passed, Jill and I spoke with John, Congressman Lewis. But instead of answering our concerns about him, we talked about how you doing, John. He asked me to stay focused on the work left undone to heal and to unite this nation around what it means to be an American. That's the God's truth. John wouldn't talk about his pending death or his concerns. He said, we've just got to get this done. That we're all created equal. We all deserve to be treated equally. On this day of reflection, please, let's stay focused on the work ahead. Let's remember all those who came before us as a bridge to our history so we don't forget its pain, and as a bridge to our future so we never lose hope. May God bless their memory. May God bless you all. And may God protect our forces.
A message from President Joe Biden on this anniversary, this 56th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, working to improve access to voting and expand the right to vote. Joining us now, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. And Congresswoman, so glad you were able to join us. First, I want to ask you to react to what the president said and also his executive order to expand the vote. And then we want to talk about a very important piece of legislation that you are sponsoring that we've all been working on. First of all, welcome. How are you?
I am well, thank you. I am in Houston and at the Good Hope Baptist Church. This is a historic church where Barbara Jordan attended, and we're just trying to help people, as you well know, that we suffered from the freeze. So we know it's a Bloody Sunday. We're trying to be active and energized on Bloody Sunday. I'm delighted that the president has taken this day to reinforce and to fight against the pandemic of voter suppression that is raging across America. That is what we have, a pandemic of oppression. I think there are 43 plus legislatures, maybe up to 50, if people begin to think that the empowerment of Black voters was too much in 2020. So his commitment to H.R. 1, that's legislation to open up opportunities for voting, but in particular the John Robert Lewis Voter Enhancement Act, H.R. 4, is particularly powerful because it goes directly to helping African Americans who have suffered for so long in cycles. There's a moment when you have voter freedom and voter opportunity, 1965 Voting Rights Act, and then we're back again in a cycle where every legislature is trying to oppress the rights of voters and the rights of Black voters to vote.
Yeah, and even said so. One of the lawyers even made that case in the Supreme Court hearing when Amy Coney Barrett asked him the question. He said, well, we have to do something to stop the Democrats. So it's transparent. But what you've been working on, you picked up the baton from Congressman John Conyers, and we thought it was important to take this opportunity on Bloody Sunday to talk about, for those who don't know, the piece of legislation you've been working on and just how close we are to getting it passed, and that's H.R. 40.
It is H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals Two of my late dear friends, Elijah Cummings and John Robert Lewis, were enthusiastic supporters of H.R. 40. They were co-sponsors of that legislation. And John in particular was very supportive of the effort now that John Conyers had entrusted to me prior to his retiring to carry this forward. And I could not have done it without so many of the civil rights organizations. I think we have a letter with 350 signatories on that letter to say we are with you, including those from the Japanese American community, from the Jewish community, Muslim community, and others, and particularly in COBRA, particularly in NAACP. So the basis of that bill, I think, gets more invested in America's redemption than ever before. You know, it's interesting that we were powerfully able to elect Senator Warnock and Senator Ossoff, both coming from, in essence, minority communities, Jewish faith, Jewish community, and then African Americans, out of the state of Georgia, a state that was full of the leaders of the segregationist movement and the Confederacy. But we were able to elect them with the strength of Black voters and collaborative voters. The question I have to ask, and the reason why H.R. 40 is so pivotal, so important, is that freedom for Black Americans seems to be in cycles. We get a sense of freedom, then all of a sudden oppression, a sense of freedom and oppression. We can remember that with the 64 Civil Rights Act, 65 Voting Rights Act, the Great Society with Lyndon Baines Johnson, the affirmative action. And then as we moved into the 80s, we began to hear people talk about ketchup was a vegetable. We began to see affirmative action simply being something that people would attack. The cases went into the Supreme Court, where there were those who challenged, why should we be doing this for African Americans? And then, of course, no doubt, this horrendous era called the Trump era, again, trampled on the rights of African Americans. We cannot continue to go through cycles. And so H.R. 40 says, stop for a moment. Look at the extensive disparities that have come about over and over again because of the conditions of slavery and the continued conditions of those descendants of enslaved Africans. It takes a stop, it looks at it, and it begins to develop proposals. Let's not have cycles of freedom. Let's have continuous freedom in America. That's what H.R. 40 does. And I would say this, Reverend Mark, over 170 members, or at least 170 members of the United States Congress support it, and they come from all regions of the United States.
And that's really less than 50 short of all the Democrats in Congress. So when people hear that math, does that not mean that we are close to having a markup and this coming to the floor to be voted upon?
Thank you. Well, you know, with the work of all the outside groups, we are coming to a position to be marked up. We have a commitment from our chairman, Chairman Nadler, the Judiciary Committee, enthusiastic, the staff enthusiastic. And so we should be seeing that markup toward the end of March or the beginning of April, with a lot of excitement from the advocates, and as well, a lot of excitement from the members of Congress and the Judiciary Committee.
And so you have the support of the leadership, the Speaker Pelosi, Leader Hoyer, Jim Clyburn, the Majority Whip is a co-sponsor. But you also have the vocal support of President Biden. His press secretary has been saying that he supports this study. He supports H.R. 40.
And I think that is a giant leap forward. We thank the administration being open-minded to understanding what this would be. You know, this is, I was just with Ben Crump. We were talking about the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, and we were talking about what lawyers do in the court. When you have good facts, you can argue the facts. Of course, when you have good facts and the other side does not, then they start maligning and attacking. Well, that's where we are. We have good facts for H.R. 40. I think the president understands we have good facts. In fact, the majority leader, Senator Schumer, understands that we have good facts for H.R. 40. I've called it a mainstream initiative because it is a recognition of all of what African Americans did in slavery to help build the wealth of this nation. The former president of the United States, President Barack Obama, said that the question of reparations justified just simply on the question of wealth inequity. What we want to do is just not speak from the hip. We want this massive effort to be done effectively by a governmental commission appointed by the leader of the Senate, the Speaker of the House, and the President of the United States to make a difference and work hard to make the facts known And then we can have solutions that, of course, the legislation does say develop reparation proposals. So we're not going on a wing and a prayer. We're going on facts. We ask America to accept the fact that we're better as a nation when we heal, when we repair, and when we do it together and we do it as factually. I think that is what my colleagues who've co-sponsored this, that is what they believe in. I am so excited, but so impressed, so moved by their willingness to co-sponsor this legislation that has moved us to a markup, and then to have the President of the United States indicate, his staff indicate their support for the thesis of this particular legislation, the basis of this legislation. And on Bloody Sunday, it is an appropriate conversation because those soldiers on the battlefield in 1965, and when I say that, foot soldiers, many of whom are unnamed, and I'm supporting an effort. I know my colleague worked so hard, Congresswoman Sewell, an expanded effort to get all the names of those individuals, even though we honored them before. But the point is, that means we're going in cycles. Yeah. They were fighting for voter opportunity. That was 1965. Yeah. It is now 2021, and we're fighting against the pandemic of voter suppression. That's why H.R. 40, the commission to study and develop reparation proposals, is so crucial, because we dig deep into why the continuing disparities impact on African Americans in this country. Voting, education, healthcare, COVID-19, the criminal justice system. That's what we think those who are supporting this legislation finally recognize we should do.
And to be clear about the direct line to Selma, as we are honoring Selma and those foot soldiers, the original legislation was to study the feasibility of reparations. This is no longer a study bill, folks. This is a remedy bill to come up with what forms reparations might take through the commission, and, as the Congresswoman alluded to address the ongoing vestiges of enslavement. Bloody Sunday was a vestige of enslavement. Ongoing voter suppression is a vestige. The police-demic, Congresswoman, the ongoing violence from police, these are all ongoing vestiges of slavery that H.R. 40 and its commission would address, correct?
Oh, you are absolutely on point, Reverend Thompson. You are, I guess I'm always calling you Reverend Mark, so please forgive me.
That's right.
But you're absolutely on point. It is, and this is to sort of expand on people's understanding. Why do these continue to happen in cycles? Right. And you have evidenced what we are facing. We're now in 2021. What are we facing? Voter suppression. What are we continuing to face? The police misconduct that seems to fall unfairly and heavily on the backs of Black men in terms of, and Black women, Sandra Bland and Pamela Turner and Breonna Taylor, and of course, George Floyd, whose trial is beginning this coming week. Our families were together, and I say our families because I consider them such. We were together yesterday, pushing forward the value of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, but giving them comfort as they go forward to Minneapolis to begin this process. So you have to ask the question, why does this happen over and over again? Some people will have answers that will disparage African Americans, but those who have the facts, which is what H.R. 40 is to do, they will understand that there's something that happened that continued this disparities, and it is something that was governmentally sanctioned, and it is appropriate for the government to be able to address it. Not our neighbor, not my co-worker, that some people say I had nothing to do with it. It is a government response that must occur, and that's what H.R. 40 does. It is a government response to the foot soldiers in Selma to respond, to empower us to vote and to stop continuing these cycles of voter suppression. How much more can we take? We win in 2020. We vote legally. We vote the right way. We vote in large numbers. We made an historic statement in 2020, Reverend Mark. You know, the largest number of Americans to ever have voted. And President Biden got the largest number of votes ever of any president. And so why are we being punished? And that is a continuing disparity, that laws continue to be allowed to undermine the life of African Americans in this country. And I say this, when you lift the votes of African Americans, right, you lift the vote for all people. You give voting rights to everyone. You give health care to everyone. You give better education to everyone. That's what we've always done. That's what we'll do with H.R. 40. Everyone will be able to be helped in this commission by way of the work that will help African Americans, and we'll churn the economy and be able to do many things to help America.
H.R. 40 in the House, companion S40 in the Senate. And I know, Congresswoman, you want me to ask everyone within earshot and eyeshot to get in touch with their members of Congress and ask them to co-sponsor and support the Reparations Commission bills in both houses. We want to thank you for being here with us. You've always been a part of Selma, too. We didn't want to leave anybody out. So even though we're virtual, we're all still a part of it. We thank you, Congresswoman.
I'm delighted. Thank you for your kindness. Just as they can see, I'm in a car outside of Good Hope Baptist Church. I said where Barbara Jordan attended, but we are trying to help folk from the freeze, and a lot of them are coming out of our community. Thank you so very much. Foot soldiers, we love you.
All right. Love you too, Congresswoman. Take care now. All right. Bye-bye. All right, folks. We're glad to hear from the Congresswoman. We now have several other special guests. We want to get some direct reactions to Biden's executive order. Let's bring them on. I believe we have Latasha Brown of Black Voters Matter, who is with us. We have Pastor Michael McBride of the Black Church PAC, and we have the Reverend Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis, Jr. of the National Newspaper Publishers Association. Let me just recap quickly. His executive order directs federal agencies to expand access to voter registration and election information, to assist states under the National Voter Registration Act, to improve and modernize the website vote.gov, to increase federal employees' access to voting, analyze barriers to voting for people with disabilities, increase voting access for active duty military and other overseas voters, provide voting access and education to citizens in federal custody, establish a Native American voting rights steering group. Those are just some of the highlights from his executive order. Welcome to you all. First of all, Latasha Brown, who tore up the Brown Chapel service this morning with voice, and where Pastor Mike, I got a bunch of calls. They said, is Latasha the preacher for the hour? And I said, well, I don't think so, but she sure got her preach on and got her sing on. We appreciate you. Latasha, folks, Latasha, we know Stacey Abrams, but we also know Latasha because what Black Voters Matter has done in consort with what Stacey Abrams has done and the Black Church PAC has done, these are the people that you're watching on your screen who are responsible for getting the black vote out in November and making sure the Georgia runoffs were the success that they were. But Latasha, let's start with you, ladies first, queens first. Your reaction to Biden's executive order on this Bloody Sunday.
You know, I commend him. He did the right thing. That I commend him for, you know, we're in a long journey that what we have to really recognize is that voting rights is the foundation of democracy in this country. And so I think that is a good start. I commend him on the executive order. I think there's a lot of power, a lot of leverage around expanding the vote. You know, that is actually profound on a day such as today. I think it's really profound. And so I just want to thank him and really talk about what is at stake. You know, when we're talking about, you know, what we are dealing with right now, we are dealing with a full-fledged frontal attack on the voting rights in this country. And we're going to have layers of work that we've got to do to make sure that we protect that vote. And so I think this executive order is an excellent first step around literally making sure that there's an expansion. I love the fact that the Native American community, that oftentimes people don't think about how they have been targeted. That literally out in the Midwest, they created whole laws that would actually not accept the post office box, their addresses at reservations. And what they had used is actually normally they had used post office box, but that was directed specifically at Native Americans. We've seen legislation that has been literally about a second language. You have to have everything in English. That has been significantly like directed at people of color, of our Latin brothers and sisters. And then when we look at these new laws that are happening in Georgia, 91 laws right now to restrict voting rights, including making illegal and a criminal offense of organizations like mine to give out water and potato chips to people who are standing in line for 2, 3, 4 hours. Matter of fact, last year in the election, there were some people that stood in line for 11 hours, but we can't be able to bring comfort care for them. That would be a criminal activity. And so I think it's really important that we see this kind of leadership coming out the White House, that we see this kind of leadership that's saying that voting rights is going to be a major issue and a cornerstone issue in this administration. We also have to push Congress, though, to make sure that we pass HR 1. We got to make sure that we actually have the full restoration of the Voting Rights Act, of the John Lewis Voting Restoration Act. In addition to that, we also got to make sure that we put people in position and power in our local states that are actually going to align with our interests. We're not going to go back. And so I think that my first reaction is, I commend him. I'm very, very excited about him literally opening and making a message that this is a core, important priority for his administration.
All right. Thank you. You all see how she gets you fired up. That's how she's able to motivate people. We appreciate that. Latasha, Pastor Mike, mentioned Georgia. And I think some people may have been confused when they saw the Georgia Secretary of State and the governor resist Trump's demands. They probably made an assumption that all of Georgia had changed and that they were on our side. But as Latasha just alluded to, our votes are very much in jeopardy again in Georgia. They're trying to change things up in a way. What are your thoughts about that, as well as your thoughts about this executive order from President Biden? Pastor Mike. Mike, I think we're gonna try to get you up. Are you muted? Try it again. All right, we'll come back to you, Mike. We'll get Mike's audio worked out. Dr. Chavis, your reaction to the executive order? It's a good start. Is it enough?
It's a very good start. And first, I just want to give a shout out to my sister leader, Latasha Brown. I'm so proud of her. If there's ever a freedom fighter in the world, a great woman, it's Latasha Brown. I've known her for decades, and every time I see she's making that impact, making a difference. I'm just so proud of her, and it's always good to be with Pastor Mike. But in answer to your question, Mark, it is significant that the President of the United States, on this day, on Bloody Sunday, has issued an executive order calling for further protections of voting rights. Latasha is right. Listen, when you win a victory, you have to protect that victory. Now we have the response of the right wing in all these state legislatures all over the country, including Georgia, to suppress the vote. And if you suppress the black vote, you suppress all American votes. And that's why black votes matter. That's why black lives matter. And that's why what President Biden did today matters. Executive orders matter when they come from the President of the United States on voting rights. 1 year later, I think John Lewis, C.T. Vivian, Rev. Joseph Lowry, Hosea Williams, all of great heroes of the civil rights movement. I'm glad you had Reverend Jackson on earlier, Mark. Listen, we got to fight. And I hope that now that the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan has been voted on by the Senate, that we'll now vote these other legislations. We need the John Lewis Voting Rights Act passed. We need the Reparations Bill passed, H.R. 40. We need the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act passed. And we need much more. We're in a fight. And as Latasha knows, we cannot relent. We cannot relax. We won a great victory in November, a great victory in Georgia in January. But when we win these victories now have to be protected. Because I guarantee you, the right wing is coming. They're coming for blood. They're coming for votes. They're coming for the lives of our people. And we must stand up and defend ourselves.
Yeah, no question about it. Pastor Mike, I think we have you now. Can we hear you?
Yes, I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine, brother. Your reaction to the executive order and the fight ahead. Because first of all, Pastor Mike, we know the Black Church PAC, like Black Voters Matter, is working in all the jurisdictions. This is what a president can do from the White House, but we know that this battle is really in these state houses and in these counties because everybody is still sort of hodgepodge when it comes to voter access and voter laws.
It reminds us that elections have consequences, and we are now experiencing some early fruit of the work that we've done. But on a Sunday morning, I didn't get the chance to preach this morning. So I want to throw the scripture out that says that we don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, spiritual wickedness in high places. What the Republicans are demonstrating to us across this country in many states is they love to allow their wickedness in high places through systems and structures to continue to obstruct and block the kind of access that is guaranteed to us first by God, certainly by the Constitution through our blood, sweat, and tears on this Bloody Sunday memorial. It reminds us that we cannot relax, we cannot relent, we cannot abdicate our responsibility to push for an inclusive voter infrastructure all across this country in every state. That the executive order is a wonderful expression of the fruit of our labor from a federal level. The Voting Rights Act still has to get through the Senate, but there must be work that we insist that states and localities do to ensure that people with criminal convictions do not have an obstruction to voting. People who live in neighborhoods where there are not enough polling places do not continue to experience the systemic and structural disinvestment in the opportunity to vote. So this is certainly a great step. It's great to see President Biden delivering on some of the promises that he's made. But as Latasha says all the time, can't stop, won't stop. We still got a long ways to go. And I know that our Black churches, our Black faith leaders, our Black church people, folks are still tuned in to making sure that we can hold the line on this and keep moving forward to ensure that not only everyone has the right to vote, but governance delivers material conditions to the people that need it.
Pastor Mike, you said you didn't get a chance to preach this morning. I told you didn't have to because Latasha preached at Brown. I'm literally being texted right here on my phone during this broadcast. Who was that? What was she doing preaching? But anyway, we appreciate her. Latasha,
she definitely carries a sermon with her in her back pocket, believe me.
That's right. That's right. That's right. We're going to talk about that, because it's our job to help discern others who have the call, those of us who are already ordained. But Latasha, it's interesting as we commemorate Bloody Sunday at this very moment, when people were suppressed from the vote physically. Nothing has really changed, has it, Latasha? In fact, the suppression, they may not use horses and batons and state troopers at the moment. They're doing some things that are really even more sophisticated, aren't they?
Mark, you might be surprised at my answer, but, when I think about this notion, because I was actually in my bed the other day really upset about what was happening. There are 91 bills, as I mentioned, in Georgia. Matter of fact, on tomorrow, 1/3 of all of the bills that are being considered that will be voted on tomorrow from the Georgia legislature are bills about restricting voting access. 1/3. And so I'm raising this of how on one hand you look at it and say things are not changing, things are staying the same. But oh yes, they are. Let me say this, that if you look at what those limited group of white folks who have always been in a space to try to suppress and marginalize, you right, they have not changed at all. But let me tell you where the real change is. The real change is now there's been an awakening. There's an awakening in our communities. There's awakening with our people, just in Georgia alone. In Georgia, the whole runoff election system was created so that Black folks, not just in Georgia, throughout the South, so that Black people would not participate in the process. But guess what? There were more Black folk in Georgia that voted in the runoff this last election cycle than in the general election. That is historic. That is unheard of. That we actually, in spite of the voter suppression, in spite of all the tricks that they've done, that literally when people wake up, we can actually make a shift. And so I think that part of the issue is we got to shift our focal point. Our liberation ain't based on whether white folk accept it or not. Our liberation ain't based on whether this system validates us. God validated us. That part of who we are in our agency is to really operate in a way that we are speaking life into some dry bones so that our folks can rise up. And so what we saw this last election cycle, through all of what Trump did with aligning himself with the white supremacists, through all of what he did and to put judges in position to actually discriminate against us, for all what they did, like in Georgia, where they dropped 200,000 voters from the voting rolls 6 months prior to the primary. But all they did at the end of the day, we were able, when we stepped into our power, like even in their own system that was designed to have us at an advantage, we actually overcame. And so I think the real message is we can't get caught up in just this message of saying things hadn't changed, stayed the same. No, that system has continued to stay the same, but who we are is we are different. And so I think that we've got to lean into that difference, because that's going to require us. Let's be honest about the Voting Rights Act. While the Voting Rights Act was a remarkable piece of legislation, and it certainly opened up the opportunity for us, in 1965, that was a compromise. We have not achieved exactly what we need to achieve. The fact that the Voting Rights Act had to be ratified, reauthorized every 25 years, saying that our work was not done. Yeah. And so sometimes, there's a family member of mine that used to say, until the pain of staying the same becomes greater than the pain of change, you won't change. And so right now, in this moment, that what we can look at is what we're experiencing around voter suppression is literally around this country is being exposed all around the world. It has gone around this world saying that it is the greatest democracy. Yet people can see its treatment of Black folks is exposing who they are. People around the world, when they looked at January 6th, when they saw folks climbing up on the Capitol, right? Because over a big lie, they saw the president incite that. All around the world, people saw what was happening. And so I raise that while there were founders of America that we know as a nation, the founders of democracy, of making democracy be real, it has always been Black people. That literally we stood in our agency when we were singing those songs. Ain't gonna let nobody turn around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on and talking, marching up to freedom's land. Now, Mark, I know you didn't ask me to sing, and I know I'm giving a long answer to this question, but I'm saying this because I want our people to keep their eyes on the real prize. Oftentimes we get confused and believe that the prize is for somebody else to accept us, for somebody else to affirm us. Our God affirms us. And so whenever we have literally stood in that space, that we had agency, we had power, things had to change. We didn't only change this little city of Selma, we changed the nation, we changed the world. And so while we're seeing all of these ugly bills go through, we're seeing all of this stuff and this corruption happen at the highest level, we have to take the time to radically reimagine what this nation can be. And those of us that got the courage, that God has given us the vision and the insight, we got to stand on that, because if it was up to some folks, we'll still be enslaved. Here I stand. Here we are right now. Right. So that has always been based in not somebody else, but it's been based on our belief. And so I think that's the greater message. So no, things are not the same, because I have been changed and millions of us are being changed.
Amen. And I don't need to ask you to sing. Everybody wants you to every time you're anywhere. So you have everybody's understood permission and expressed permission to do that. Dr. Shabazz, you represent the NNPA, the National Newspaper Publishers Association. A lot of our people don't realize how much of a fight this still is and how we cannot relax. What's the NNPA doing and its member institutions, its member publishers and newspapers to help get this word out and keep people informed?
Well, first I want to say amen to the Reverend Dr. Latasha Brown. Thank you for that sermon, and thank you for that song. Thank you for that prayer. You embody what fighting for freedom is all about. The National Newspaper Publishers Association, Mark, we are at press today all over the country about the executive order and about this continuing fight. One thing you can rest assured, that in 2021, this is the 194th year of the Black Press of America. Since 1827, when Freedom's Journal was first published in New York. We've been on the front line, not only reporting the news, but being an advocate for change, that Latasha says. And I'm going to join with what she said, Mark. There is change, but it's coming from the bottom up. There is change. It's coming from the grassroots. There is change. It's coming from people being able to discern all of the fake news versus the real news, the real political leaders versus pseudo politicians who claim to be. And these state legislators, I agree with Pastor Mike and Latasha, we got to really focus on these state legislators. And I think, Pastor Mike and Latasha, we need to vote some of these people out of office at the state level. We need to put them out. We just can't allow these people to take our vote away or suppress our vote. And so an unprecedented thing happened on the primary in Georgia and the runoff in Georgia. And I think the next time we have a chance to vote in Georgia, we need to vote these people out of office that have been trying to suppress our vote.
Yes, sir.
And 2022 is going to be very important.
That's right.
And 2024 is going to be very important. Every year is important. We cannot relent. We have to build on every year. And I can assure you that the black press, we're going to be out there advocating as well as reporting the news and strongly supporting our voting rights and the exercise of our voting rights and keeping people conscious every day. And so Bloody Sunday is a day for rededication, for reaffirmation. And we're thankful that you're there in Selma, Mark, with this special program as we reach out to people all over the United States.
Thank you, brother. Got to go quickly, Pastor Mike. Just a big documentary on PBS about the Black Church, our oldest political organization. Yes, it is. Tell everybody about what the Black Church Political Action Committee is going to do to put teeth in Biden's executive order and to be sure we continue to fight against voter suppression.
Well, as we speak, we are launching some local and regional chapters among Black churches within both denominations. We're standing up an effort to train Black church folks who want to run for office in a local or state context. We do believe that voting is critically important, but so is governance. And bad governance can turn out to create de facto voter suppression if people don't believe that who you elect actually changes their material conditions. Right. So the Black Church PAC is going to continue our work to work alongside partners and comrades like Black Voters Matter, Until Freedom, all of our Black church denominations, et cetera, to make sure that we keep the folks that we were able to onboard into voting this last cycle and keep that momentum going. Reverend Jesse Jackson also said that the largest block of voters in this country are non-voters. And so we still have some work to do to make sure that we're continuing to pick up those rocks that are laying around. This executive order hopefully makes it easier for there to be a federal and resourced infrastructure to make that job easier. But indeed, it still remains on us as the people, particularly within the Black church, now being targeted even the more by Republican operatives and legislators to limit our access to the ballot box. It's important for the Black church to become the most inclusive organization within the Black community and make sure that everybody sees a Black church in their neighborhood as a home for them politically, even if we may have different theological and religious kind of starting points. That, I think, is the job of the Black church and the Black Church PAC, the Black Church Action Fund, our Live Free work. All of that continual work will hopefully continue to resource the movement and building of power within the Black church in the days, weeks, and years to come.
Pastor Michael McBride organizing the Black church politically. Latasha Brown of Black Voters Matter. Reverend Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis, Jr. of the National Newspaper Publishers Association. Support the Black Press, blackpressusa.com. And congratulations to Dr. Ben on the new mural unveiled of his image in Miami. I want to thank all three of you for joining us on this commemoration of Bloody Sunday. Thank you for all your hard work. Check out all of these organizations, folks, and get involved and get organized. Thank you, all three, okay? God bless you. Love you.
Thank you, Mark.
All right. Take care now.
Thank you.
All right, folks. We're just about 7 minutes away from our pre-march rally. Time for me to head over to the bridge. I'll see you on the bridge. I'll leave you with this special spoken word piece created just for this occasion. This is Steve Connell and Sekou Andrews with Songs of Selma. See you on the bridge.
600 peaceful protesters marching from Selma to Montgomery were attacked by Alabama state troopers and white supremacists as they crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge. The day was March 7th, 1965, but it has since been known as Bloody Sunday.
And I stood on Pettus Bridge.
This bridge in Alabama.
Above water that can never be blue like it was. And listen to the winds like Victrola play memories.
Yesterday.
Of men.
And women.
Who fought and prayed and on this very spot were slayed. They sought to vote.
They sought to vote.
And have their say. And not but God could turn them away. And God, oh, he was on their side.
And days later, Dr. King arrived and stood with them on the bridge that day above the not blue water.
And see, it's not the brown of mud or the blood, red blood that has dripped down, that has changed the way this water looks. It's the black ink of promises made,
scrubbed loose from white paper
by gray hands that are done
with having color,
declarations
rewritten,
then written again like blank pages filled with unintelligible scripture written in invisible ink by illiterate men.
Move along.
There is nothing to see here, just empty words and unfulfilled promises
written by poets with no legs
who wonder why the words don't move, don't march
like sweet words that come from the heart but have no heart behind them. They go nowhere.
Oh, but Martin is not that poet. Nah, so he grabs Jefferson's pen and rewrites the poem again in big letters, bold and black. I will not give my freedom back. Now, you can try to take it,
but you won't succeed.
Oh, my vote is the proof.
I am free.
And he stuffed that poem in the ballot box,
yeah,
right?
But his words had legs that
kicked the box open, right? So he gathers up the splinters and builds letters like crosses that spell freedom, and he burns that up on the White House lawn and says,
I am no little boy building fires I can't control. I light up the night so you can look around and see things clearly from this moment.
I will not bring us back, but forward, baby. I move.
I march.
I walk.
I won't stop.
I stand above the not blue water that hasn't been blue since Sunday.
Bloody Sunday.
This march, and I'm saying that this is an unlawful assembly. You're to disperse. You're ordered to disperse, go home, or go to your church. This march will not continue. Troopers here advance toward the group. See that they turn around and disperse.
Bloody Sunday.
When boys and girls dance with dogs sent to sick 'em, while old men, they kick 'em and move to the rhythms of nightsticks that hit 'em. And in that moment,
all men,
little girls,
all men,
and little boys,
all men,
open their eyes.
All men are created equal.
And realize,
government of the people.
And realize,
life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And realize, America puts its poets to work telling lies. And I say that not as a Democrat, not as a Republican.
Nah.
Party be damned. I am American, and I want the promises of this land made good.
And towards that, we are all accountable.
So if you are proud to be an American, prove it.
And if you're not, then change America into something you will be proud to be a part of. And Dr. King would say the same.
So we may not all be in the same boat,
but we are in the same water,
same black,
with old ideas whose time has come.
Looking for new words,
looking
for clean paper,
looking
for fresh hands to write in big letters, bold and black. Until I have freedom, I cannot sit back. And I thank God Almighty, because he birthed us free.
It was a man who took that right from me.
And I'm desperate to see who will give it back.
Who will write
in big letters, bold and black. We hold these truths to be self-evident,
that all people were created to live equal and to die free. Now don't just say it.
Oh, now don't just say it.
Make it be.
These are the hands of our nation. Proud, diverse. These are the hands that taught our children, fought for freedoms, and contribute to the most industrious workforce in the world. These same hands push the bounds of acceptance and tear down the barriers of resistance. It takes many hands to build a world of work that works for all. Now more than ever, we need a show of hands to move forward together.
There is a bridge from hope to hallelujah. Words speak to our souls. Music touches our hearts. Images linger in our minds forever. This is the power of spoken cinema, the award-winning creative mixture of customized spoken word poetry, dynamic visuals, and original cinematic musical compositions. You can touch the heart, the mind, and the soul all at once. If you have a story that needs to be told, reach out to Spoken Cinema by Go West Creative and spoken word artist Steve Connell.
On this special occasion, when all those heroic voices from beyond the bridge are newly remembered, we are called to help lift up this nation and all its people to that place where the heart is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depths of truth and tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sands of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom. Dear Father, let our country awake.
Thank you, Pastor Strong, and thank you all for joining us this weekend. I'm standing on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, symbol of hope and change to the world. This bridge is the Calvary of the voting rights movement in America. If John Lewis and Amelia Boynton and Hosea Williams and the foot soldiers had not shed their blood here, there would have been no Barack Obama, no Kamala Harris, no Raphael Warnock, and no John Ossoff. We must all lift our voices and speak when injustice rears its head. We must challenge ourselves and others to be better. And now, we're going to hear from some other leaders as we all prepare to cross the Edmund Pettus Bridge together.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Terry Sewell, and I proudly represent Alabama's 7th Congressional District, the Civil Rights District, including the historic cities of Birmingham, Montgomery, and my hometown of Selma, Alabama. Long before I became the first black woman elected to Congress from my state, long before I became the first black woman partner at a prestigious law firm, and even before I became the first black valedictorian at Selma High School, I was a little girl who called Selma home. I vividly recall singing in the children's choir at the historic Brown Chapel AME Church, a frequent stop and staging area for civil rights icons and activists. I remember learning of my hometown's pivotal position, not just in black history, but in America's history. I remember learning about the murder of activist Jimmie Lee Jackson of Marion, the march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge on Bloody Sunday, and the Selma to Montgomery March, the series of events that culminated in the signing of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. I honor the unnamed foot soldiers, the fathers, the mothers, brothers, sisters, men and women, children who served in the shadows. I honor the civil rights giants of the day, Rosa Parks, Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., Reverend C.T. Vivian, Amelia Boynton Robinson, Marie Foster, and so many others. I honor the brave duo who led the Bloody Sunday March, Hosea Williams, and my dear, beloved friend, colleague, and hero, Congressman John Robert Lewis. I honor every freedom fighter in between. Their valiant, collective efforts put Selma on the map in a way that no one could imagine, so much so that we still celebrate and commemorate those efforts today. As someone with a personal legacy of firsts, I am honored to participate in the first ever virtual Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee. And we are honored to have you logging in all over the world. While we look back with gratitude and humility, we are not lulled into a false sense of satisfaction or security. The movement continues because it must. Because the fight for equity is as important today as it was in 1965. Selma is still now. Old battles have become new again. Since the Supreme Court in the Shelby versus Holder decision gutted the Voting Rights Act of 1965 in 2013, state legislatures from across this nation have passed restrictive voter laws, making it harder for certain people to vote. Indeed, voter suppression is still alive and well. Never did I think that the cause for which John Lewis and the foot soldiers marched 56 years ago, the Voting Rights Act, would now require congressional action to restore its full protections. It reminds us that progress is elusive and every generation must fight and fight again. The legacy of this Alabama district requires that we pick up the baton of voter equality and continue the next leg. Their cause is now our cause too. I look forward to introducing H.R. 4, the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and passing it in the House, the Senate, and finally having it signed by President Joe Biden. I invite you to join us in carrying the torch passed on by our elders and ancestors. Trust me, there's enough room and enough work for everyone to get involved. In 2020, we lost a giant, the late, great Congressman John Lewis, my friend and mentor. In March 2020, John, still battling cancer, surprised everyone by arriving at the 55th anniversary of the march to speak at the apex of the bridge. That was John, relentless in his fight for what he believed in and willing to risk his life for the betterment of humanity. John Lewis gave us his final call to action that day.
We have a lot of work to do. So don't get weary. Keep the faith.
Never give up. Never give in. John and the other foot soldiers knew that our country's best days lie ahead of us, but we must seize the opportunities to enact change every day. They understood that democracy is not the whim or the edict of one person. It is a constant, collective act of reinvention. We are a nation founded on a call to action, to strive daily for a more perfect union. Join us in the fight to make our democracy one that is truly established with liberty and justice for all. May we all be renewed by today's gathering for Bloody Sunday, and may we all recommit ourselves to the ideals of equality and justice for all, which the foot soldiers marched. Let our words and actions stir the soul of our nation, and let us all get into good trouble.
How kola iyuha ichichab, Chase Iron Eyes imachab. My name is Chase Iron Eyes, and it's my distinct honor and privilege to be with you here today and to be able to welcome you to this year's Selma Jubilee. We stand here today on the shoulders of giants. We carry on the struggle of those who came before us. We inherit the sacrifices, the gifts, and the responsibilities of everyone who has given their all, who has paid the supreme sacrifice, who has given their lives' work and sometimes their lives to ensure that we are conscious, that we are dignified, that we can stand on our own feet and be content, be happy with who we are, with what we are, and to be truthful in carrying out this struggle for liberation, this struggle for Black liberation, the struggle for indigenous sovereignty, the struggle for working class justice, and to be able to graduate from the racial oppression that was woven into the fabric of this country by racist, slave-owning, genocidal founding males. We've come a very long way in this short time. It's only been but 250 years since the founding of this country, since the propounding of truths that we hold to be self-evident, of those rights which are inalienable to the human species by virtue of our divine births. Because we are aware, because we are cognizant that we have inherited those rights, we must do all we can to defend those rights, those natural rights, those birthrights, but also those rights include our constitutional rights, our civil rights, and as indigenous nations, our treaty rights. Just now, after we've entered the 21st century, have we begun to tell our stories? Have we begun to tell the truth to each other that Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and Fred Hampton, Richard Oakes, and those who've given their lives and those who are still locked up inside as political prisoners, those who have fought for racial justice and the liberation of oppressed people all over the world. Just now we're beginning to say, yes, we did that. We committed those atrocities. Just now we're beginning to say, it's time for a new social contract. It's time that we create a new reality for us, for everyone alive at this moment, and for those unborn, for our children yet to come. And I know that this is the first Jubilee that John Lewis is not able to be with us. I know that we are in a turmoil, that we have only just begun to breathe a tiny sigh of respite from the racial, fascistic, violent attempted overthrow of this country's elections. We have to stay vigilant, because that element, that great terroristic threat to the national security of our country and our people, maintains its presence and its ill-informed ignorance. So we, those who are not racist, those who want to respect each other's differences, must stay strong now more than ever. And I want to conclude my remarks there and let you know that you have come to the right place. I want to thank all the organizers for all the hard work you've done to make this year's Jubilee happen. I also want to offer a word of prayer and send my voice to honor those who've sacrificed for us. Tatanka oya teke ha ake oya teke wache ni apelo yo hey oi ampe tukile wakachan che wakielo namachuyelo hey oi to gosh the lamb petiki hoye wayelo na oyate luta na hunumpa oyate lila unshi ulapo to goshla wana hoye wayelo wo ableza yuhamanipi na owayanka po to goshla. We ask for your guidance, your direction, and your protection as we continue on those struggles and those sacrifices which have empowered us to be who we are and what we are from now and forever. Medakuye Oyase. Thank you, all my relations. Once again, thank you for your time and your attention.
Good afternoon. It is an honor to send greetings to all of the leaders and activists taking part in the 29th Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee, virtually. Let me also salute the brilliant Congresswoman Sewell, a proud daughter of Selma and a relentless champion for justice in Congress. Nearly 56 years ago, thousands of patriotic Americans, young and old from every corner of the country, marched from Selma to Montgomery to lay claim to their fundamental right to vote. Against tear gas and nightsticks, intimidation and brutality, these courageous foot soldiers came together to demand justice and equality and to make real the full promise of our democracy. It has been my privilege over the years to visit Selma and to join many of you to march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge to honor the extraordinary men and women whose tireless determination transformed a bridge named for a Klan leader into a national symbol of how justice can conquer the status quo. The Selma foot soldiers, including Selma hero and conscience of the Congress, John Lewis, risked everything on the long, dangerous march toward freedom. But their courage and perseverance summoned a nation to action and secured passage of the landmark Voting Rights Act. While we continue to mourn John's passing and the loss of so many pioneering civil rights icons over the last year, their legacy of progress remains an inspiration as a new generation of change makers continues marching to advance justice, equality, and opportunity for all. Today, as systemic injustice and racially motivated violence, as well as a shameful assault on the sacred right to vote, continue to undermine the rights and dignity of countless Americans, Democrats remain your partners in this ongoing march toward progress. As we prepare to mark 56 years since history was made in Selma, we must look beyond the bridge to strengthen the political and economic power of our communities and to ensure justice triumphs in America. On behalf of the United States Congress, thank you to all the organizers, activists, and leaders of the Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee for making this beautiful celebration such a success. Together, we will continue marching and getting into good trouble to build a brighter future for all Americans. Thank you.
56 years ago today, a group of Americans, some 600 patriots, began a bold trek across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. They did it because they believed in the American idea. this idea of one person, one vote. Among them, of course, was our beloved John Lewis. We remember him especially this year. Normally, he would be standing up in this moment. He's passed now from history into eternity, but he ushers us on by the power of his spirit. But not only him, Amelia Boynton, who was gassed that day, so many others who stood up. As we remember them, let us renew our commitment to voting rights. There are those who are pushing back right now, trying to make it harder rather than easier for people to vote, trying to take us back. We must push against this effort because voting rights is not a partisan issue. It is an American commitment. One person, one vote. At the end of the day, every citizen must have their voice heard in our democracy. And so as we push forward the For the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, make sure you stay engaged. Never let anyone rob you of your vote, for your vote is your voice is your human dignity. And in honor of the martyrs of this democratic covenant, one person, one vote, and with a hope for the future of our children, let us stand up in this moment and renew our commitment to the deep wells dug by our ancestors, the wells of democracy that gives everybody a vote, a voice in this great republic.
On behalf of the city of Tuscaloosa, it is an honor to take part in the 56th annual Bridge Crossing Jubilee. In 2018, I had the privilege of meeting people like John Lewis, then Senator Harris, now Vice President Harris, and be the keynote speaker at Brown Chapel AME Church. As Pastor Strong told me, this celebration was not about the past, it's what we're going to do in the future. And as I remember marching across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, I was moved by that moment, but even more so, I was fired up to do something about the future. Here in Tuscaloosa, we continue to try to right the wrongs of the past. We continue to understand what our original sin was as a country, but even more importantly, what can we do to continue to have racial reconciliation? So this weekend, as we celebrate the 56th annual Bridge Crossing Jubilee, let us thank God for the actions of the heroes of that moment. And let us all pray for the courage in the future to do more, not only for our state, but for our nation. May God continue to bless each of you, and may God continue to bless the city of Selma in the 56th annual Bridge Crossing Jubilee.
The Bridge Crossing Jubilee is a holistic experience of mind, body, spirit, soul, where people are able to connect the past to the present, projecting into the future. And so much of that is because right here at this bridge, people sacrificed and risked their lives in order to have freedom. Many people know that after slavery and Reconstruction, many African American people lived in the segregated South, in the Jim Crow South, and there was a battle in order to overcome those challenges. And that battle resulted in, or culminated at one point with Bloody Sunday right here in Selma, where state troopers met marchers, and there was a bloody battle on this bridge, the Edmund Pettus Bridge right here. And so we commemorate that battle. The fruit of that battle is the 1965 Voting Rights Act that was signed into law by President Lyndon Johnson on August 6, 1965. And so that was an unforgettable moment in history.
Selma is something of the proving ground, so to speak, of a larger campaign for the whole state of Alabama. We will be going not only into Dallas County, but we're going into Perry County. We're going into Marengo County. We're going into Wilcox County. We're going into Lowndes County. We're going into Barber County. We're going to every hamlet and village in this state where the Negro is denied the right to vote, and we are going to dramatize this issue and make a plea to the nation to do something about conditions in Alabama and conditions in Mississippi, because without the ballot, we aren't going to be able to change many of the things that we are facing and many of the conditions that we face all over these sections and all over these black belt counties.
Selma is the hub. You know, we call it the Queen City. It's the hub for the 1965 voting rights struggle, and but yet it really is connected to other counties throughout the Black Belt, like Marion, Alabama, where Jimmy Lee Jackson was murdered, and it was his murder that really created a situation where people would be able to and be inspired to march from Selma to Montgomery. And so it's so important that people understand that this is not just a Selma thing, it's a Black Belt thing, and it's a national thing, because people came from all over the country when Dr. King put that call out in order for the Selma to Montgomery March to happen. And so we want to invite the rest of the country to continue to help us build up Selma and build up that legacy and build up the history, so that future generations always carry with them this understanding of who we were as a country, who we are, and the possibilities of who we could be. As Dr. King says, the arc of the universe bends towards justice. So if you just take what you have and you take your faith in God and you take what you have, you can be victorious even though it seems like you have nothing. And that is the power of this bridge. That is the power of this history. That is the power of self.
Hey everybody, it's Randall Woodfin, and I serve as mayor of Birmingham. You know, Selma has often been called the cradle of the civil rights movement. Likewise, Birmingham has been seen as the battleground of that movement. Two sister cities fighting for the soul of this nation. In Birmingham, we had leaders like Dr. King and Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth and the foot soldiers on the front lines. In Selma, John Lewis, Hosea Williams, and Bloody Sunday opened the eyes of the world to the atrocities of racism. Together, these two cities opened the doors of progress. Decades later, beyond the bridge, we stand together, side by side, representing the promise of a more unified nation and always at the ready to defend our God-given rights for all residents. I join each of you in honoring those giants who are no longer with us physically, but will always guide us in spirit. Congressman Lewis, C.T. Vivian, Joseph Lowry, and Bruce Boynton. What started in the streets of Birmingham and at a bridge in Selma has become a worldwide movement. And Selma, like my hometown, is now synonymous with freedom.
Hi, it's United States Senator Cory Booker. I am honored to be with you today as we recognize, commemorate, and make sure we never forget the events of Bloody Sunday. This is the first commemoration, the first time we have come together when John Lewis is not with us. I mourn his loss, but I know he is still with us. His legacy lives through us, and the love and the energy and the light that he gave off in his life still illuminate the path forward. We have work to do. We've seen it in the tragic events of this past year. We still confront white supremacy. We still confront disadvantage. We see assaults on voting rights and more. The best way to honor and commemorate those foot soldiers for justice who fought for voting rights back in 1965, the best way to remember and honor them is by continuing the work. We must continue, metaphorically and literally, to march on. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Congressman Mark Vesey of Texas's 33rd Congressional District, and I want to thank Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee for inviting me to talk about someone who inspires me during this Black History Month. As a Black man and an American, I'm inspired by the life and legacy of my former colleague and friend, Representative John Lewis. John was a titan of the civil rights movement whose goodness, faith, and bravery transformed our nation from the determination with which he met discrimination at lunch counters and on freedom rides to the courage he showed as a young man facing down violence and death on Edmund Pettus Bridge to the moral leadership he brought to the Congress for more than 30 years. In the halls of the Capitol, he was fearless in his pursuit of a more perfect union, whether through his Voter Empowerment Act to defend the ballot, his leadership on the Equality Act to end discrimination against LGBTQ Americans, or his work as a senior member of the Ways and Means Committee to ensure that we invest in what we value as a nation. He was revered and beloved on both sides of the aisle and both sides of the Capitol. All of us were humbled to call Congressman John Lewis a colleague, and we are continuing to work to live up to his legacy, especially by fighting to pass the Voting Rights Act to restore voting rights and stop attempts at voter suppression. He will continue to be an inspiration for me to stand up in the face of injustice and make good trouble, necessary trouble.
Hi, I'm Carrie Kennedy, and I'm the president of Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights. When my dad died in 1968 and my mother was creating a memorial in his honor, she turned to John Lewis for advice, vision, and wisdom. John served on the board of Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights for decades and became my hero, my mentor, and my friend. As Attorney General at the height of the Civil Rights Movement, there was no group my father admired more in that struggle than the Freedom Riders. While he admired their courage and their patriotism, he also believed that the only way Black Americans would ultimately be able to assert their rights was through political power. So he worked proudly with John, hand in hand, for the right to vote. When Daddy ran for president in 1968, John joined the campaign and organized the rally in the largest African-American neighborhood in Indianapolis on that terrible day, April 4th, when we lost Dr. Martin Luther King. The following day, Daddy spoke of the need for peace and reconciliation. He said, "We can perhaps remember, if only for a time, that those who live with us are our brothers and sisters, that they share with us the same short moment of life, that they seek, as we do, nothing but the chance to live out their lives in purpose and happiness, winning with satisfaction and fulfillment that they can. Surely this bond of common fate, surely this bond of common goals can begin to teach us something. Surely we can learn, at the least, to look around at those of us, our fellow humans, and surely we can begin to work a little harder to bind up the wounds among us and to become, in our hearts, brothers and sisters and countrymen once again." Today, in the spirit of John Lewis and Bobby Kennedy, let us begin to work a little harder to bind up the wounds. Let us bind up the wounds that have killed over 1.5 million Americans with handguns and military assault weapons, 82 people a day since Dr. King and my father were gunned down over 50 years ago. Let us bind up the wounds of women and men, the vast majority of people of color that have ballooned incarceration from 188,000 in 1968 to 2.2 million today. Because our nation can no longer wait. Let us bind up the wounds of cash bail, which sends tens of thousands of high school students to jail instead of to school. Let us bind up the wounds of our Native sisters and brothers, on whose land we are guests, yet whose land continues to be exploited by corporate greed in places like Standing Rock. Let us bind up the wounds of able-bodied laborers whose unions have been decimated, but who continue to fight for health care, decent wages, and dignity at work. Let us bind up the wounds which, half a century after the Voting Rights Act, continue to deny citizens the right to vote. Let us bind up the wounds of hard-working women who have been insulted, pressured, groped, and raped, women who can expect police, prosecutors, and judges to humiliate victims, fail to investigate cases, and dismiss charges. Attacks on women on campus, at work, or at home have no place in our country. Let us bind up the wounds of farm workers who toil 14 hours a day, 7 days a week for Wendy's and Kroger's, which deny the rights of those who grow our food and provide us with our daily bread. Let us bind up the wounds of DACA children who came to our countries as infants, graduated from high school, landed a job, strengthened our country, fought in our wars, and are threatened with deportation. Let us bind up the wounds of injustice across our land and recommit ourselves to what the Greeks wrote so many years ago, to tame the savageness of man and make gentle the life of the world. Thank you. Please watch the videotape.
The history of Selma, Alabama is Black history. It's our history. It's actual history for all of us in America. It's American history. In Selma, they gathered there in Alabama, in the Deep South, to ensure that we as a people have life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And we are still pursuing all of those, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Congressman John Lewis, at that time, activist, and Reverend John Lewis, with many young people, with SNCC and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, came together to ensure they could cross that bridge, to ensure that our rights of voting was still in place. It wasn't easy. And sometimes the full story hasn't been told. The full story of the young people who were organizing and mobilizing, the full story of the women, particularly the Black women, who were leading that march and were ensuring that we were right there, who were beaten on that bridge. All those stories sometimes have been lost. And so now, 56 years later, we're still looking at the courage and the wisdom and the power and the resilience of all those stories. But unfortunately, those stories don't end the book. Those stories don't end the story for all of us. So now it's time for us to write our story and for us to come together right now for this 56th anniversary of the Selma Jubilee. There's a connection there because what John Lewis did, and may John Lewis rest in power, he passed last year, but he let it be known that that struggle is not over. He gathered in places like Black Lives Matter Plaza in DC. He gathered in places to let young people, wherever they were in Atlanta, Georgia, or Detroit, Michigan, to let them know that that dream, that legacy still continues. And so today we come together, this next generation of not just dreamers, but doers, coming together to fight for what is ours, our ability to simply be equal and respected in these United States of America. And so we are still crossing many bridges today. We are crossing bridges for racial equity. We are crossing bridges for environmental justice. We are crossing bridges against the pandemic and COVID-19. We are crossing so many bridges that ensnare our community. But it's clear that as we cross these bridges throughout our country, the representation of what took place in Selma 56 years ago still continues. that every bridge that we come to, we must cross. You know, it's important for me as a man of faith to know that sometimes these battles can be overwhelming. They can seem daunting. The adversary can seem like one who we can't overcome. But we've learned from those who came before us that not only shall we overcome, but we shall overrun to victory. And that's why these gatherings of the Selma Jubilee are so important for us to come together, to not only remember what took place then, but what must happen now. As I have said many times, this is a critical time for us and our generation, because we are not only fighting for equality in the 20th century, we are now fighting for existence in the 21st century. So we gather, we mobilize, we energize, and we come together as a new generation of freedom fighters in the 21st century, demanding that we have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, demanding that no matter what the color of our skin or our hue may be, that we will be respected. And you must have and give us the dignity that we deserve. And our children and our children's children will live in victory through our work, even if it means our own demise or our own death. We fight on for the next generation. We carry that torch, no matter what comes our way. So to you, to all of us, we still cross bridges in 2021 and beyond. The spirit of John Lewis continues. We still go out there to do good trouble. And the spirit of our maker and our God, whatever that may be you serve, we know the battle is not ours, but the Lord's. All power to the people.
I am Representative Chris England, Chair of the Alabama Democratic Party. And when I think about the Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee, what immediately comes to mind is my childhood. As a child growing up, obviously in Alabama, you hear about the march and you hear about what happened in Selma. But here in Alabama, you get a very unique opportunity to actually go and experience a piece of it for yourself. My father, Judge John Henry England Jr., used to make me, my brother, and my sister go just about every year. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I really didn't want to go. But one year in particular, I had the opportunity to actually meet Congressman John Lewis at the march. And he took me aside and explained to me the importance of the march, described to me his personal experience on that fateful day, and then let me touch his scar. And after that, my dad didn't have to make me go anymore. I used to go on my own. But also, it serves as a reminder and also a motivating force in my political career now, because it makes me want to continue the struggle for what they were fighting for. And as we talk about getting beyond that bridge, being reminded of what sacrifices he made and many other of our American heroes made on that day means that we must continue the same struggle for equality, for human rights, for civil rights, and for voting rights. So I would imagine, just like it was for me many years ago, it is the same experience for others now. It helps us to get beyond that bridge and continue the struggle. Thank you.
The Congressional Black Caucus Foundation fondly remembers the late Congressman John R. Lewis for his decade-long commitment to being a living example of our mission to advance the global Black community. He worked toward equitable treatment and rights for all people. He was a courageous fighter for freedom, as well as a moral leader among his peers, fellow legislators, and to us all. Congressman Lewis was a force of the civil rights movement and a pillar of the Congress. His life's work and personal sacrifices helped to build the democracy that we have today. And he worked until the time of his passing to challenge the injustices present and prevalent today. Congressman Lewis was known for his perseverance to do what is right. In a 2013 CBCF African American Voices in Congress presentation, he said, "We are fighting to end segregation and racial discrimination. I can do nothing else." Today, the largest ever Congressional Black Caucus continues his legacy in its 50th and beyond. "We are not going back," as Congressman Lewis told the CBCF interns in 2019. This mantra describes his determination to march for voting rights on Bloody Sunday and his lifelong commitment to causing good trouble, to advance toward equal and equitable rights for all. CBCF is committed to continuing the legacy of Congressman Lewis and his dedication to good trouble, creating in response to the historical unleveling playing field for minorities and the recent protest and police killings of unarmed African Americans. CBCF has created the National Racial Equity Initiative for Social Justice. I am proud that we have established the John R. Lewis Fellowship Program as part of this initiative to fight injustice for social justice. This program provides invaluable training in public policy and research for public servants who are dedicated to the ongoing demand for equality. As the late Congressman Lewis, as the senior ranking member of the CBCF at the time of his passing, was known as the conscience of the Congress, we are working to ensure that the next generation of leaders are equally equipped to honor his sacrifices and continue the fight. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tybri Fall. I'm a young activist and I had the honor to meet Congressman John Lewis 3 years ago at the Selma Bridge crossing. I've been learning about Martin Luther King Jr. and wanted to meet someone who knew him. Meeting the congressman was an important moment in my life, has forever changed me. He asked me to lead the march that year. It was an emotional meeting. It seemed like I felt what he felt. To go to the bridge crossing the next 2 years, and each time it was overwhelming. I was able to spend quality time with him over the years. We became friends. He always gave me tips and advice, and he was a role model for me as for so many. I will always remember my time with my hero and my friend. I was asked to read his favorite poem, Invictus, at the homecoming, and I'd like to share it with you. Out of the night that covers me, black as a pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever God may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutches of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet minutes of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I'm the master of my fate. I'm the captain of my soul.
Hello, I'm Lars Tony Haygood, Mayor of the City of Tuskegee, Alabama, and I'd like to invite you to join the 56th anniversary of the Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee. This activity occurs each year and brings together thousands of people from throughout the United States and other parts of the country. Elected officials, key government officials in the federal government, state government, local government, and citizens who come to celebrate the activities that occurred on the Selma Bridge Crossing to highlight civil rights and voting rights activities and efforts. In the Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee last year, I had the opportunity to meet our now President Joseph Biden, along with several other Democratic candidates that were there, including Pete Buttigieg, who is now our Secretary of Transportation, who I talked to just last night. So you come into contact with key people at the Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee. I was honored to have the opportunity to speak at one of the Sunday morning services there at one of the local churches. Then went along with U.S. Senator Doug Jones to the main church where all the major activities were held, where we all came together. And I think that's what he decided, that Joe Biden would be our presidential candidate. And so we see the power of the Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee as it brings powerful people together and makes things happen. As we went across the bridge, as we got to the top of the bridge, I was with Montgomery Mayor Stephen Reed. And at the top of the bridge, when we were there, all of a sudden someone pushed through the crowd, and to our surprise, it was Congressman John Lewis. And they lifted him up on his shoulders right beside us, and that's where he gave the speech, telling everyone, go out to vote. And once he started, he just kept saying, go out to vote like you never voted before, because of the power of the voting rights movement. And John Lewis right there beside us on the bridge was a powerful moment as he encouraged us to go out to vote. And then you think about what happened after what he said. Going down the bridge, I ran into Stacey Abrams from Georgia, and I applauded her for her efforts in Georgia. And then she went on to help bring about and turn Georgia into a blue state and turn the country around in the presidential election. Then after that, to come back and have 2 U.S. senators elected Democratic from the state of Georgia was a powerful activity, starting from generated by the interest and the effort from the Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee. So I encourage you to participate in the Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee and get involved in the Voting Rights Act and efforts, along with Civil Rights Act efforts, and know that it can be done if you just look at what happens with those who've come to the Selma Bridge Crossing and launch from there. I encourage you to register online at selmajubilee.com for the 56th anniversary of the Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee. We are anxious about it because from there you have so much history in terms of civil rights and voting rights. As you go from Tuskegee, Alabama with the Tuskegee Airmen and the Red Tails here at Tuskegee at Moulton Field, then you go to Montgomery with all the civil rights activity in Montgomery with Rosa Parks, who was born in Tuskegee and then had a major impact in Montgomery, Alabama, along with Dr. Martin Luther King. Then you go to Selma, down where Mayor Perkins is, where you had John Lewis and Amelia Boynton Robinson, who had a major impact on the bridge crossing, who were beaten on the bridge, and have connections here in Tuskegee as well with Amelia Boynton Robinson, who at 104 lived in Tuskegee, Alabama, and made her final bridge crossing at well over 100 years old. So we invite you to this historical activity. It will be online this year because of coronavirus, but please join the effort, 56th anniversary of the Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee. And we know that it's a powerful event that you'll enjoy.
Gonna let nobody turn us around, turn us around, turn us around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. Hello, my name is Johanse Matrubela, and as the youngest son of Dick and Lillian Gregory, Selma has always held a special place in my heart. Now, the world knows the actions of my father on behalf of civil rights and human rights. But it was actually my mother, Lillian Gregory, that got arrested in Selma in 1963, years before my father. Inspired by the sacrifice of Jimmy Lee Jackson, my mother came to Selma when she was 4 months pregnant and spent 7 days, an entire week, locked in a jail in Selma, because she wanted to stand in unison with what Selma meant not just to our brothers and sisters in Alabama and the South, but what Selma meant to the world. And you know, clearly, I'm not there at the Edmund Pettus Bridge with you all this year. I actually stand at the foot of a bridge that crosses the Baltimore-Washington Parkway, just a few miles from our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. But even though we're not physically there, I actually am kind of there, because Selma has always meant more to the world than just Selma. Selma has been a bridge to communities, to peoples all across America and all around the world. It's been a bridge that's represented a pathway to freedom, to liberation, to equality. And you know, that's why our theme this year, Beyond the Bridge, is so fitting, because Selma has always been beyond the bridge. And you know, it's also ironic because when we think of bridges, we think of things that bring two things together, that connect one community with another community. But we also know in our history, all too often, bridges represented those very things that kept us apart, like railroad tracks and rivers, separated black and white, rich and poor. But Selma and what it means to the world reinvigorated and instilled the real definition of a bridge, bringing together black and white, rich and poor, Christian, Jew, Muslim, people from all over the world, not just in 1965, but for nearly every year since, in celebrating the victory of the human spirit. And you know, I didn't always know that, right? I remember my first year coming to the Jubilee, I had to ask Mama Fire Rose, why are we celebrating? Why are we commemorating one of the most dire days in not only our history as African people in this country, but one of the most dire days in the history of this country, titled Bloody Sunday? And Mama Fire Rose, in her most, astute, powerful way that she has, reminded me that it's not the tragedy of March 7th, 1965 that we commemorate. It's the victory that was born out of that tragedy. So, again, I'm honored, I'm blessed, I'm thrilled to still, in this global pandemic, to still be a part of this historic moment, this important moment, this most important commemoration that we come together every year. I'm happy to be able to be with you all as we reimagine the bridge in this virtual space, but certainly looking forward to joining you all next year in Selma as we return to the bridge. Ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. We're gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching on your freedom flag. Woo.
This country was founded starting with a struggle in 1786. And it actually became this country in 1789. That was two founding. But it was founded again in the 1860s with the Civil War and what happened afterwards. But it was founded a third time, and that was in 1960s, more specifically 1965. It's a powerful moment, a founding of a rebirth of this country to try to include all of those who had been left out. And this Jubilee, this bridge crossing Jubilee, it's a celebration of that, but it's also a memorial to that struggle. This celebration is a monument to that struggle. And it was because it was such a great battle. On one hand, one side had everything. They had all of the guns and gunmen, all of the banks and money, all of the laws and lawmen They had all of the jobs and businesses. They had all of the registered voters. They had all of the elected officials. They had everything. And the other side had almost nothing. But yet we took what we had, which was our marching feet, our singing songs, our praying prayer, and was able to forge a powerful victory that caused another rebirth in this country. And that rebirth is still in process. We do have some setbacks, and we have to overcome them. But the Bridge Crossing Jubilee reminds us every year. And so whenever we came here in 1971, no one was celebrating anything in relationship to Bloody Sunday or others. And we wondered why nobody was celebrating. But eventually, little by little, we encouraged people to celebrate it, to do a memorial each year. And it took many years for folks to come to the point where it was not just an annual event for a few of us, but it's an annual event for thousands of us, tens of thousands of us. In fact, one year, more than 100,000 people came. So it reminds us that what a few folks can do by taking what they have and going forth, and risking their lives and risking their jobs and risking everything. That's what the Bridge Crossing Jubilee is about, and we welcome everybody to it in 2021.
Okay, woo! Bridge Crossing Jubilee, welcome to Selma, Alabama. We stand here at a bridge named to honor Edmund Pettus, the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, and his spirit will continue to be here until that name is removed, and you are the voices and the people that can remove it. It was 56 years ago that Jimmy Lee Jackson, a young black man, a veteran who had dedicated his life, was willing to give his life for democracy, and yet he came home to Marion, Alabama, and couldn't even vote. His parents couldn't vote. His grandfather couldn't vote. No one in Perry County could vote. He was brutally killed in 1965, but it was his death because he did not die in vain. When he was killed and beaten, his death triggered a march that became known as the Bloody Sunday March. It was a very bloody march, but the people on that bridge did not die, did not march, were not jailed in vain. There are people who are part of that march and that history that are still with us, like Charles Malden, Nathaniel Walker, Betty Boynton. In a book, The Tip of the Arrow, you can learn the names of young people, even before the death of Jimmy Lee Jackson, young people under the leadership of people like Bernard Lafayette, who came to Selma and dared young people to fill up the jails so that the Liberty Bell could ring for all of us. So they did not start the movement, these young people, but they clearly motivated, fueled it. And from this church, from the Church Tabernacle Church, when Mr. Boynton died, this man that loved freedom and justice even more than he loved his life. And that movement grew and grew, and finally Dr. King came when the movement was in full bloom. But that movement cannot stop. There are still so many bridges to cross. That's why we are so glad that you are with us virtually, and next year you will be with us, because we know that the Voting Rights Act was gutted. Everything they died for, everything they struggled for, was stripped away by the U.S. Supreme Court. And now there's a bill before Congress, the John Lewis bill, that will restore our voting rights. And that's why you must not only cross this bridge to freedom, you must recommit to do everything you can to not only restore our right to vote, but to make sure that our children and our grandchildren and their children and grandchildren will never have to fight this fight again. So welcome to the Bridge Crossing Jubilee. March with us today, but continue to march for voting rights. March every time there's an election. March to those polls. Teach your children the struggle. Teach your children about the Courageous 8. Teach your children about Tabernacle and Brown Chapel and the young people who are willing to give their lives even though they couldn't vote. Last year, we lost 3 giants. We lost Dr. Lowry. We lost C.T. Vivian. We lost John Lewis. Those 3 giants were a part of this movement. As a matter of fact, it was Joseph Lowry who celebrated this march, this Bloody Sunday, every 5 years. But we didn't think 5 years was enough. That's why we said we must remind our people every year of this awesome struggle for the right to vote. Just a few months ago in Georgia, there was a young woman from Selma by the name of Latasha Brown. She joined voices with people in Georgia to do what everybody thought was impossible. A state with only 32% black people gave a victory that is impacting the world, because without Georgia, without those 2 senators, there would not be the power in Congress for Biden to do what he promised to do for the people. And there were people who came up through the ranks in 21st century who was mentored by my husband, Senator Sanders. And these young people are here today. But we have the obligation to continue to cross the bridge, but to cross that bridge with our children and to teach them never to forget Jimmy Lee Jackson and all the heroes known and unknown that gave us the right to vote. God bless, and let's march. Are you ready to march? Well, let's march.
My friends, the time has almost come for us to begin our commemorative march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Today's march will be unlike any march in our history because everything today is online only. The people of Selma were concerned with the safety of travelers coming into town for the Jubilee, so the decision was made to go virtual. This was no easy task, and we knew we needed a partner to come alongside us that could create an engaging online experience for the thousands of attendees around the world. Go West Creative is that partner, and we offer our heartfelt thank you to them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to cross the bridge. Due to COVID-19, all participants this year must wear masks and maintain a minimum 6 feet of social distancing. First up, it's the Foot Soldiers, original civil rights activists that marched on this bridge 56 years ago this very day. Please enjoy the Selma Bridge Crossing.
More have been done from that Black Lives Matter than when we were marching back then. Because, and it's sad that somebody had to have the knee on the neck for it to happen. But you can see it is. I think it's great. I think we're going to see a lot of progress with this. You know, we've seen it already. Things have changed.
I would say that there's no more richer experience in terms of your growth and your intellectual development than being a part of a right just movement.
I work at a boot camp where I am a counselor, when I talk to them about things in life, and I talk to them about the civil rights movement, my participation, and right now, what you can do. I say now, y'all got all this gang violence, different stuff going on now. Y'all need to stop that. You need to think about what you doing. I say now, I learned down through the years, it ain't where you come from, it's where you want to go.
If there are young people who are not involved, I'd encourage them to get involved, because first of all, it's the right thing to do. And second of all, you don't have to do anything special to get involved. What happened in the Selma movement is that we just simply did one uneventful thing each day, and as a result of all of that accumulation, a movement was created, and the world was changed.
Our struggle, we could tell them our struggle, but they shun away from it. It's like don't you understand? We fought for the right, for you to vote, for me to vote, for us to have better living conditions and everything. So when we tell our children, they nonchalantly look at it. And I think it should be viewed differently. But in some households, the participation was not there. And because the participation was not there, then the kids will not get it from my point of view.
The main thing I want to see is they keep that nonviolence, put that in the forefront, because they'll get a lot more done if they don't be violent in what they're trying to do. Because if they do violence to try to achieve what they're trying to get, it's going to turn off people who would be for them or trying to help them. It'll give the wrong impression, and it'll just enhance people calling them thugs and all this kind of stuff. See, the ones who are really about making a change, if they would keep that nonviolence in the forefront, but yet strive to get their ideals and get their complaints or whatever, get them to be expressed to the ones who are in a position to do something to help make a change, it'll get their ear better than if they try to just forcefully try to accomplish something.
I talk to the kids now. Right now, I go to the museum in Birmingham, Alabama, at the Civil Rights Museum, and I was telling them the story, the history of Selma and the Bloody Sunday, and I be telling them about they need to be educated and vote and speak your own piece, and that you can overcome whatever obstacle you have to go over.
First thing I would tell them, register to vote when you turn 18, not 19, not 20. I have two sons, 45 and 48, and they hadn't missed a vote since they were born. Of course, I hadn't missed one since the time we started voting. Register to vote, first of all. Learn your history. You got to know your history to know where you're going. And I think if we taught that more to our youth, I don't think they know a lot about why we're doing this and why it's so important to vote. Voting is powerful. Why do you think so many people are trying to stop you from voting? Think about that. You see, and so I would encourage them to vote, if nothing else.
Is there anything that you'd like to add?
To me? Yes. The day is I love you day, and you can't do anything about it. Now, run and tell that. Hey, I love you too.
Thank you.
And if I don't never see you again in life, remember, I met a man that told me he loved me. And he only met me for one day, because love comes from your heart.
Do we know where the road's gonna end? Who are we following? Are we further than where we began? Who are we watching? Are we sure that they'll be a friend? Why are we hollering? Oh, no. That's not how we're gonna win. It starts in the heart. That's where the journey begins. It starts in the heart. That's where the pain will end. We'll never make it till we change directions. We'll only arrive there together. It starts in the the heart. Oh yeah, it starts in the heart. Do you remember their dreams from long ago? They painted a picture of a future we're yet to behold. Our vision is blurry, and we're blinded by all the noise. We need an awakening. We've been sleeping for way too long, and it starts in the heart. That's where the journey begins. It starts in the heart. Yeah, that's where the pain will end. 'Cause we'll never make it till we change directions. We'll only arrive there together. Start in the heart. Oh, it starts in the heart. Who is holding your hand? Who is holding your hand? Who are you lending your ear? You better be careful that you don't be led astray. It don't matter what they say, don't be confused. It starts in the heart, and that's where the journey begins. It starts in the heart, and that's where the pain will end. We'll never make it till we change directions, and we'll only arrive there together. It starts in the heart. It starts in the heart.
Right along here, where I got that scar, you know, it was a horrible and evil act. But to me, it was more horrible before that day. You know, you catching a 12-year-old child, putting her in jail in the wintertime, that was real horrible to me.
It was when I was 8 years old, growing right here up in Selma, Alabama, growing up in the midst of experiencing and witnessing racial discrimination, violence, tears, and even death of people that I, as a child, got the opportunity to meet. This was devastating to me. I'll never forget they asked everyone to go out in front of Brown's Chapel Church and line up. And as they were passing by me, they were trying to discourage me about not participating on this march. And when we were on our way, I could see the many whites on the sidelines, some even coming up trying to distract the marchers. Some would even come and spit on them and say nasty words. But all of the marchers kept on marching, and they kept their heads up, making their way to the bridge.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome today. Oh, deep in our heart. We can overcome. I do believe. We can overcome.
Before the movement started, at the age of maybe 11, 12, I used to go to work with my father. He used to cut grass. And I would play with the white children. But when I played with them when it was time to eat, they always put me on the back porch to eat by myself. And I always wondered how I can play with the kids, and then when time to eat, why we had to be separated. I felt so divided, but I mentioned to my mom, but you know, back then they was afraid. I participated in 7 marches, went to jail, was on the bridge for Bloody Sunday, and just went through a lot.
Up above my head, up above my head. I see freedom in the air. I see freedom in the air. Up above my head, I see freedom in the air.
When our forefathers walked across that bridge, so I can do what I'm doing now, so I can be a city council person, I can be a leader in Selma. The bridge symbolized freedom, the freedom that we have today. Even though blood was shed, we still have a long way to go, but until we know the symbolic of this bridge, it would bring us closer together.
Our existence here today would not be possible without the struggle that they went through. Both the Tuskegee Airmen breaking down the color barrier in aviation and the foot soldiers crossing that bridge so that we can all have the same civil rights, the same voting rights.
Without the activists that crossed the bridge in Selma in the 60s, there would be no opportunity for those people like myself to have these experiences. We want to commemorate and honor the civil rights activists in the 60s who played that role and made the sacrifice for me to have these opportunities that I do today.
I feel that we have a long way to go. And with the Black Lives Matter movement, they remind me of, or, you know, the young people at the time I was marching, you know, they was real eager and they really fighting for some of the same thing that we were fighting for years ago. They fighting for equality.
I felt that we had kept on when Dr. King died, but it seemed like when they killed the dreamer, they killed the dream. So we had kept on going. Maybe by now we'll have equality.
The Advocacy Bridge is commonly known as the Bridge to Freedom because it symbolizes the struggle for freedom all over the world. My day job is I work at the National Voting Rights Museum and Institute. I'm a tour guide for the Voting Rights Museum, so people come in from all over the world to see this bridge and to learn about the history of the voting rights struggle that happened here in Selma, Alabama. And so when people come to this bridge, they leave here inspired to go back and continue to work in their country or their hometown, wherever they live.
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No peace! No peace! No racist! Police! No racist! Police! No racist! Police! Don't be what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like!
Every time I see the bridge and every time I'm on the bridge, it's a sacred moment for me. I know people have sacrificed so much for me to be where I am today. And so every time I see the bridge, it encourages me to continue to fight. I'm with Dr. King and build a beloved community.
To acknowledge that Dr. King and John Lewis and others, they came and they built upon and highlighted upon the work that our foot soldiers did for decades, right? And so we've been working too, and we are calling you all in to once again highlight and build upon the work that we are doing as we, as a community and as a nation, once again rally around people of goodwill, rally around Selma to help us to become a model of the beloved community.
And I've been trying to get people to this spot for years. See, I'm walking now. And I just want to thank you for honoring this spot, because this is where our people were beaten. This is where Marie Foster and other people were beaten. So thank you for coming to this spot.
So God, our Father, we thank you for this day. Thank you for this sacred spot. Bowed heads were beaten, where bodies were battered and bruised, where blood was shed. But the very blood that was shed changed not only our lives, but it changed the fortunes or misfortunes of this country.
Yes, Lord.
I know you're asking today, how long will it take? Somebody's asking, how long will prejudice blind the visions of men? I come to say to you this afternoon, however difficult the moment, yes, sir, however frustrating the hour, it will not be long, because truth crushed earth will rise again. Yes, sir. How long? Not long. Yes, sir. Because no lie can live forever. Yes, sir. How long? Not long. How long? Because you shall reap what you sow.
Yes, sir.
Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on. Glory, hallelujah.
Yes, sir.
Glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
Today we celebrate those who were brave enough to take the first step to a better tomorrow. People like civil rights leader John Lewis, who said, when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something, you have to do something. This is why we jumped at a chance to do something, to help Selma and the Jubilee Bridge Crossing Committee say something to a global audience. We all have a voice, and we all have a choice. And today, we choose to stand with Selma and get into some good trouble. Please know that we are with you every step of the way.
These are the hands of our nation. Proud, diverse. These are the hands that taught our children, fought for freedoms, and contribute to the most industrious workforce in the world. These same hands push the bounds of acceptance and tear down the barriers of resistance. It takes many hands to build a world of work that works for all. Now more than ever, we need a show of hands to move forward together.
Hi, my name is Joanne Bland, and I'm sitting on what I consider hallowed ground. You see, this is one of the last pieces of the original cement where the march from Selma to Montgomery actually began. My vision is that this place becomes a place where we gather and talk about this history. Many of the foot soldiers are still here. Their stories must be told. Go to footsoldierspark.org to register. We need your support. Thank you.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all people are created equal and born with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But all too often, that truth is forgotten. All too often, those rights are ignored, as all too many stand in silence and all too many suffer alone. So our work goes on, until the land of the free is free of racism, until the home of the brave is brave enough to change, until by the people and for the people means doing right by all the people, until justice just is.
What an incredible day. The Tuskegee Airmen flyover, that was amazing. And the first time in Selma history that they've participated in the Bridge Crossing Jubilee. This was truly a special weekend. From the Freedom Flame Awards to the Film Festival to the Bridge Crossing, everything was incredible. And we hope that all of you watching at home enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. And now it's time to go forward from this place, but not before I can encourage you to be ever vigilant. Register to vote and actually go and vote. Your voice counts and we need to hear from you. We saw this firsthand in Georgia recently. Remember that the hands that once picked cotton can now not only pick the president, but they can pick any elected official, no matter their color, race, religion, sexual orientation, or gender. All of this was made possible 56 years ago, right here in this little town of Selma. Selma changed the world, and together, we must continue to change the world. I believe in you, we believe in you. This concludes the 56th anniversary Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee. Thank you so much, and have a great 2021, and we will see you in Selma next year. And now it's time for me to toss it back to Richard Yearwood one last time for a little Sunday afternoon gospel music. I'm Reverend Mark Thompson. God bless you all.
It is time to lift our voices and our spirits. Welcome to the 2021 Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee Gospel Concert.